Oh, that's very good timing, Nerta. Thank you very much. Welcome back to Roll For It, where favorite YouTubers streamers get together to play some lovely tabletop RPGs. Of course, today we are playing Blades in the Dark, and we're playing our Shadow of Doskvol campaign. And I see people have already done a good job in hiding our logo under a ton of bits, though Nerta is doing their best to try and clear that out. Thank you very much, Nerta. Right. Anyway, Josh is still away this week, so we are graced again with Eric playing the lovely Zamira. And that will be for today as well. Next week we will have Josh back. Also note that, yes, times have changed. Some of you in the US might have noticed. That will be continuing for next Saturday, but we'll go back to normal after that. So next episode on next Sunday will be at a normal time for everyone around the world. The only issue will be for next VTM. So if you are in the US, that will be an hour later for the next episode of VTM only. So bear that in mind. Right. Bentham, got any announcements for me?
Well, there is no supported today, but
shocking.
There are some announcements.
It could be you.
It could be you. Yes, there are legend slots available right now, meaning that if you were to sign up soon, you'd be able to support an episode next month, which will be awesome. But yes, also there's some Patreon stuff been happening. We've had a feedback and changes announcement, some changes we're making to the rewards, and we're asking for what you think about that and your suggestions on new rewards that we can include. And also, we've released the character sheets for this show, Shadow of Doskvol, all the character sheets for all four of the main characters, and also Zamira, and also the faction sheet as well for the Canal Rats, and also the faction relations that everyone else has with them, and all that good stuff. And also the faction turn for last episode, where we again went through what the factions have been getting up to while we'd been doing our work, and how our work was affecting what the factions were doing. Lots of like different clocks that they're starting, and then they're all making various amounts of progress. I think there might be some clocks actually that are going to complete in the next faction turn, so we'll see how that all comes to fruition. But yeah, you can see how that's all going if you're a GM tier supporter. You already talked about the daylight savings, and I've already mentioned the legend slot stuff, so that's all the announcements there.
Sweet.
Shall I go into how we support?
Yeah, feel free to spiel. Since you're mentioning legend slots, go ahead.
Indeed, I was. Yes. So the way that you can support us, and the way that Roll For It is able to do all its awesome stuff and pay its cast and do cool stuff like that, and feed its cats, its many cats, is through Patreon. You can support us there at various different tiers, which will give you various different rewards, including but not limited to MP3s of all the shows, so you can listen to them on the way to work, at work, or wherever else you prefer to listen to them instead of watch them. Also, the after shows. Yes, after every show we record a short extra show where we talk about what happened in the show and occasionally what didn't happen in the show, and random other stuff that's not related. But usually we've been staying on topic pretty well recently with our after shows, actually talking about what happened in the episode. Also, character sheets, of course, GM secrets, behind the scenes things like the faction turns, and there's lots of nice examples in this particular show of all the different tiers content.
And there will be a GM poll this coming week.
So you'll be able to vote on things that happen in coming episodes. Also, you can submit names that will be used for NPCs in the shows. They might end up becoming major parts of the plot, or they might die immediately. We've had both multiple times. We've had NPC named characters become like staples of every episode, and like members of the team, pretty much, that kind of thing.
Give them a good
name. And then
name.
sometimes they show up once and then die. Sometimes it's our fault.
Inspire your
good
GMs.
name is variable. Dumber Seafoam.
Put it this way, some names can be so specific they can't get used, and that's on you.
You're just not being creative enough.
We have a name from June, P. Poe.
Huh?
We have a name from June, P. Poe. Haven't used that yet. Don't know if that's ever going to come up.
A poor craftsman
Yeah,
blames
yeah,
his
that's
tools.
I don't know.
We've
I
had
like
multiple
Poe.
names.
Poe is a cool name. Like he could go for short. Be like, but people just call me Poe.
Sounds
Like
like
I
a
could
great.
see that being a
Yeah,
name.
sounds like a
I love
perfect
that name. That's good character inspiration.
Yeah,
right
I
there.
can
Yes,
see- I
it's
can
a great
see
name
it's
for an
like
ink rake.
I was gonna go with like something
Like
like
a
Cockney. Like I was thinking like Badger out of Firefly. Just call me Poe.
Yeah. Gee,
I like my
Do have
names.
need some
multiple
inspo.
submitted names that are puns of Argle Bargle, so please stop doing those. We already have too many. I think one's too many, and we have two. Well, I don't know if we're going to be able to use
Do
them.
we have two? Oh, we do.
Yeah, we.
That's
we do.
not happening.
They're twins now.
They're twins.
Yes, Lauren. Yep.
It's a thing. The more your name makes sense, the sooner it'll get used. Some may take a very long time to find their place in Roll For It, but they all eventually have been used ultimately. Also, you can get recaps that the admins record, where we go through the goings on of the month and behind the scenesy things. And also, if you're crazy, you can support at the Legend tier, where you get to take part in a once monthly one-shot GM'd by a member of the cast. And sometimes you even get to vote on that as well. We had a vote for the most recent one. I believe this month's GM is Little Red Dot, and I believe they voted for continuation of their Teens in Space thing, or did they pick a different one? Yeah, they voted back in Teens of Space for a second episode of that. That's not streamed anywhere. That's just a private game that you get to take part in. And that's all that's a nice selection of the Patreon stuff people like the most. There's other ways to support us as well. For example, on Twitch, you can subscribe to us on Twitch. That lets you watch VODs immediately after the show has ended. Normally you have to wait a bit for them to appear on the YouTube. Also, you get cool emotes and cool badges and all that good stuff as well. And you can also drop bits. They will drop in the cup and it'll explode and do cool stuff. People like to fill it with gravestones.
Should I got pretty good timing there? Like, I would call it timing like a 7 out of 10. It's pretty good.
Clovis in there as well. That's also nice. I appreciate the gift of luck. We'll need it. Also, you can give us tips. They will appear on the screen, and at the end of the episode, we will read them out and thank you for being awesome. Also, you can support on YouTube. You can become a YouTube member now. That will also give you emotes and badges and all that good stuff. But on YouTube things, and all of those ways of supporting us, the Twitch subscription, the YouTube membership, and being a patron supporter of any tier, give you access to our community Discord, where you can meet with other fans of the shows and talk about all the cool stuff we do, and occasionally get some early hints on things that we're working on. And also, of course, if you can't support us for whatever reason, that's absolutely fine. We don't hold it against you one bit, because you got to look after yourself before you try and help out anyone else. And yeah, just being here in itself is awesome and does support us. So just showing up and also telling your friends about the show and introducing them to the awesome things we do is fantastic as well. And that's all the stuff. Over to you, EA.
Okay. So, all that done and said, quick content warning. Hi, welcome to Blades in the Dark. Sometimes dark things happen. If that is a problem for you, feel free to go get a cup of tea, mute the stream for a bit, or skip an episode. Totally up to you to take care of yourself. Anyway, that said and done, let's get going. There's no real complicated intro this week. We're going to continue where we left off. You just got paid for a job well done. You'd managed to hand some crates that were impounded over to a Scotlander. And Ruby had managed to find a crate which carried some stuff inside. With that, where would you like to continue? I believe, had you done your downtime actions?
No.
We're just about to
I
go
think
into downtime.
we just finished the run.
Yeah. So, downtime actions. Who would like to get started?
Ooh.
Here's a question. Presumably our level up has happened between the run and the downtime?
Yes.
Okay, because that affects how my downtime will work.
I'll get started. I have something easy to do.
Sure.
I would love to train.
Okay, go for it. What are you training?
Can I use the crew's background stuff for training?
Yeah,
Okay.
you can get 2 dots
So
in prowess.
you're letting me use your all's hideaway here and be a part of your crew for today, and so I'm going to be training my prowess. What does it look like when we train at your prowess? Is it like a fighting gym kind of thing, or when are you sparring with me, or like is it an obstacle course? Yeah, or what is it?
I feel like it's actually like an intense game of hide and seek in the sewers, because like we're kind of more of a prowl oriented, like prowl and maybe a little bit of skirmish, but I feel like this is like Marin, you ask for help and Marin just looks at you, find me, and then disappears.
Awesome. Cool. Yeah, then I'll be training my prowess. I think I'm going to boost up my prow 1 dot. Great, because that the experience from last week and that train boosts my prowess to 6, which means I get a new action rating.
Nice. I'm debating whether or not I want to indulge my vice.
Yeah, that was really cool, Lauren. Thanks for suggesting that.
Oh,
Hide
yeah.
and seek.
Well,
Do I find you?
we're both the prowlers, so I feel like it makes sense to play a slightly murderous game of hide and seek.
Probably a few days pass, so you probably find each other a few times.
6 weeks later.
You still haven't found Marin. She's still in the same place she's been all along. Like, there's a
I'm
pool
so
of
good
human
at hide and
excrement.
seek.
She's like very thin. She's been like sucking on like little drops of rain coming through the ceiling. It's not nice. No, a few days will go past, and this game of hide and seek probably then expands from outside the tunnel network to being around the city. Marin occasionally hiding in places high up, very vaguely taking hours to be found by Zamira, and sometimes Zamira hiding in places a lot more lower down but darker. And it's the two of you. It's impressive. It's quite
Very
difficult to find
sneaky.
each other. So
Also, you need to switch. Mic
I'm on my
for
bad
us.
mic view. Yeah, I just saw Benson's. I was changing my battery. I had to look it. It was tough. Look, batteries need attention too.
Okay.
Are we gonna do
Um,
that? What was the other mission that we were talking about doing? Because I
There's
know
the
that there was something I
murder-
wanted to do before that.
Letter delivery and
Painting?
Let livery,
Painting.
killing a lampblack, stealing a painting.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't the letter, and it wasn't the painting.
Killing a lampblack?
Is it? Yeah, that was the,
Yeah.
we discussed that one.
It was that one, the poison one. We discussed possibly doing that. So, for those of you who don't know, I did open my box. We discussed this on our after show. Can I tell them what I got in the
Sure.
box? Because everyone wants to know what's in the box.
What's in the box?
Yeah?
Yeah.
I got a Black Lotus,
What
which
that?
is a kind of, it's like a liquid potion that basically can give somebody like hallucinations, visions, put them in stupor type of thing. So it might be useful, you know,
Mhm.
or I can sell it.
Good try.
I forgot that we did that offline, so I was like, I already know what's in the box. Everyone else is waiting.
Right. So, Zamira, you trained. Did you do anything else for your second downtime action?
I haven't decided what.
Sure.
I know what I want to do, but I thought everyone else was going to do their downtimes before I.
I mean,
go
yeah,
in.
if you've got two you want to do and you know what they are, just go
Yeah,
ahead and do the
oh.
second one.
We just usually
Sure.
both do both of them in a row.
I'm indulging. Okay, I'm indulging my vice. So my obligations are the sisters of my acrobatics troupe. So unfortunately, though, my lowest thing is insight. So I get to roll 2 and take the worst.
Oh no.
Okay, go for it.
Oh no.
sometimes that works out to your advantage.
So I take a 2.
Yeah, you clear 2 stress. Probably mostly the lack of stress clearing is probably due to your time. Like, a lot of your time has been spent with Marin training, and so you don't have quite as much free time to go practice with the troop as you'd otherwise normally have. Anyone else?
You know what? Big money no enemies. I'm gonna take it risky. I've got 5 stress. I don't really want to go unless we're
Not
gonna
the
do the
killing.
easy heist. Like, do we want to do the letter delivery? Because if we do a letter delivery, then I'll go in with.
Then we can spend our downtime to reduce all our stresses all around. Is that what you're saying, Lauren?
No, I was gonna say if we do an easier mission, then I don't mind going into it with not very much stress left.
Yeah. Because if we want to do the
Um,
poison thing, we probably
But yeah,
want
if we're gonna do the poison or we're gonna try and steal the painting, like I'm not going
Yeah.
into it.
That
with
said,
only
if you
3
get a
stress.
terrible engagement roll, it's always risky, but
Yeah.
It's true. Screw it. Let's
Okay.
do it. I'm going to indulge my vice.
We could totally do like the letter one. We are good at like careering things.
5.
Perfect.
You perfectly clear your vice. You go out in the little boat to the edge of the lightning barrier, and you look into the water and ask it questions. And for some reason, something
Oh, I
feels a
just
lot
realized.
more.
Oh. I was gonna say Marin's vice is just it's just the Monster Hearts move. Just gaze into the
Gaze
abyss.
into the abyss. It is. You gaze into the abyss, and for some reason, this time it feels a lot more personal, like a lot more close to home. Like you actually feel like someone is with you. Someone is looking over your shoulder. Someone is close to you. That sort of comfort you get from having a close friend nearby. And then you get a picture of fish. And you can definitely smell that kind of fishy smell, despite the fact you're out in the middle of the water.
She like licks her lips and like her stomach gurgles a little bit. She's kind of hungry. And then I feel like we see Naden circling around above her and then just drops this weird ass fish on the deck of the boat. And she like looks at it for a moment. And she just doesn't, she pauses for just a moment and then picks it up with her hands and just starts pulling it apart and like eating it. It's just raw.
Okay. Yep. That's how you...
Sharing it with her bird. She's gross.
Okay. Do you want to
Slurps
do
down a
anything?
tentacle.
Your second downtime action?
We only have one heat, and I don't think I have an asset. I'm honestly, because I like the mystery, that's part of why I'm not working on the long-term project. So I'm gonna train.
Okay. Prowess?
Yeah, 2 points in prowess.
Okay.
Which long-term project?
My long-term project is what happened to the Gale. but I
Oh
kind
yeah,
of
for
like
your
the,
for your people.
I like the mystery, so I don't think I'm gonna work on it right now.
Okay. Edwine. You got any idea what you want to do for your downtime?
I think I'm gonna be a bit risky. I've got 4 stress, but I think I'm gonna try and clear it.
Okay.
'Cause if it goes wrong, it'll do something interesting anyway. For this, I'm rolling 1 die.
2.
It's a 2. Nice. 2 stress cleared. All good there.
Okay. And what does this look like when you clear 2 stress?
This is in the middle of doing his usual research stuff. He I don't know, he comes across some particularly frustrating problem, gives up and slinks off to the Leaky Bucket Tavern to once again spend some time drinking way too much there and hoping that no one is gets suspicious about him again.
That's probably why you don't clear more than 2 stress. You're still a little bit
Yeah,
on
just a
edge,
little
a bit
bit,
anxious
like,
about the fact that you did do a
careful.
crime here recently.
Did plant a bomb on a wall here recently. I should
Yep.
keep my head down.
Do you have anything you want to do for your second downtime?
I think he's going to do some more research, but also before I do that, I can use my new ability, Analyst. During downtime, I get 2 ticks distributed amongst any long-term project clocks that involve investigation or learning a new formula or design plan. Can I apply that to the investigation, the Finding Roric's Ghost progress clock for the faction?
You may indeed. How many have you got left after that?
That will put us with 4 wedges remaining.
Okay.
We're halfway there.
Okay, what do you want to do for your second?
I'm thinking I might just do more long-term project research.
Oh.
And I think I'll put it into Finding Roric's Ghost because I know how urgent that is. It's like the longer I leave it, the more of a problem it's going to be. Let's do it. For what to roll here?
How are you going about doing it?
I forget. Last time, did I go for a tune or a tinker? Like, I'm wondering if I can swing tinker.
You went for a tune. Tinker really wouldn't work. Tinker would allow you to make something, which would allow you to do something. You could make a formula to do something, but like normally something like a tune, maybe even study, survey, or hunt would work in this case. But
Study,
Can we
survey,
help
and a tune
someone
are all
else?
one for me. It doesn't make that much difference which one I do. We'll go with a tune again.
But can we help someone else whenever it's
when it's downtime actions, not normally, but I
Okay.
may see a reason in future to be like, why not in homebrew rules? But for now, we'll stick with the core of.
When it
No.
comes to a long-term action, the way to help is to also perform that action.
That's
Yeah.
true.
the Rourke's Ghost one
Yeah.
we've got on our main faction sheet, so anyone can contribute to it.
Yeah. You can also use a coin to do another downtime
I have
action.
previously contributed to it. So.
Yeah. You can also use a coin to do another downtime action. You could use a coin to up your effect level as well. So just bear that in mind. Coins are useful for downtime actions.
Right, let's roll this.
Okay. 2
5.
ticks on the clock. You
All
spend
right.
some more time wandering around, and I'm sure at some point Zamira maybe joins you and has the whole crush talk again. Because Zamira's you're still working on the.
That's coming on too strong.
Okay. You're still working on the get Edwin a gift, right?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah.
Oh, could it be that maybe I'm not with them entirely, but like while we're playing hide and seek, I like catch a glimpse through like a grate or something like that, and just spying on them, being real cute.
Yeah, you're like,
Being real cute
Marin's
with
like,
the
why is
tools.
Zamira taking this? I mean, I know I'm good, but
Yeah,
You're getting
it's
distracted.
been like 4 hours.
I'm getting distracted. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's cute.
Okay. And Ruby, what are your 2 downtime actions?
I'm also gonna risk it and do the stress since everyone else did. So I'm like, maybe we're gonna get ourselves into something.
Okay.
So I'm gonna head over to Spog's dice game in Crow's Foot.
5.
A
That
little-
was less of a risk.
Yeah, I have 5 as well, so I feel like it's less of a risk.
yeah,
but
5's a
knowing
good
my
point
luck,
to do it.
knowing my luck,
Yeah.
Fair enough.
let's see how it goes.
Then you save your second downtime action to reduce the heat that you take from
3, not bad.
Yeah. You spend some time at dice and you decrease your hit by 3. Your stress by 3. What would you like to do for your other downtime action?
So, and the reason why I was asking if we're going to do the poison thing is because I would like to do some prep work if we are going to do that, because I could talk to my friend at the brothel if
Sure.
that's the case. But if not, then maybe I do some
I
more
think the
training.
general consensus from your group when they were talking earlier was that they'd rather leave it until Papa gets back and have an entire group talk about, do we want to be murderers when Josh is present? But you can do downtime actions
gotcha.
now if you want. It's just if you don't do that job, then they won't come to much.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then I am going to put.
I mean, theoretically, I don't think you have to do a downtime action to get a bonus on the engagement roll from your contact.
No, but you can, if you choose to spend downtime actions to get even more bonuses if you wish.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that, but in general, you don't need to worry about it too much.
You could also always flash back to having talked to them too.
Yeah.
True. I think I'm going to put a point in resolve.
Okay, you're going to train your resolve.
Yeah. Add another point there because I already had one. So we'll get there.
Okay. You're getting those ticks up. I mean, you can also roll desperate actions to get experience. Don't worry, I'll throw you some desperate actions.
I'm sure that those will come up in the future.
Right. In which
But that's
case,
all I got.
with your downtime done, what would you like to do? You have a few jobs outstanding that you can do, or you could inquire with some people if you wished.
I think we should start with something easy.
Do the
Marin-
ladder first.
Yeah, I feel like Marin comes in. She's like, we should do something simple. Let's make a quick coin and then worry about more complicated missions, scores, jobs, whatever we want to call them in this setting. Something
Why?
about a letter
Could-
that we needed to deliver to a captain.
Something like that.
Yeah, that one seems simple enough.
Besides, I wouldn't mind speaking to the captain.
About what?
She looks at you like you're asking. The Gale, of course.
Right.
Maybe he's heard of it. They've heard of it. Maybe not.
Well,
Do
we
we know
see. And I like kind of tap her shoulder a little bit.
Eric?
Comfort.
Do we know anything about this captain in particular?
Lady Anayat. You would know that she's captain of the Soaring Gale. She's a Leviathan hunter.
Right.
She's not one of the most well-known, but any Leviathan hunter's still
A Leviathan
basically,
hunter.
yeah, a Leviathan hunter. Mini celebrity, like imagine somewhere between like mid-tier actor combined with WE star. Like these
Sure,
are people
sure.
who go out, they do heroic deeds and come back after fighting
Yeah, I've
demons the
seen-
size of boats for everyone
Yeah,
at home.
I read
they
about
are
this. Yeah. I read about them in the newspapers.
properly entirely.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like totally, like a little expose about them. Sure. Okay. So do we know any of like if they have any friends or enemies we should be aware of going into this?
Ooh.
Any jilted ex-lovers we should be concerned about?
Ooh, good question.
We've been on a boat.
The expose
before.
would have revealed it, so that's why I'm asking. Without
Yeah,
having to
and
roll.
the more in-depth part as well. What would you be Zamira's connection to politics in Akros?
Nothing. Just a newspaper. Just literally, this is what I'm talking about. Just whatever you just read in a newspaper. So nothing like, yeah, nothing without a roll. You know, just general.
Sure.
Like, oh, like this person's been getting kind of like flaunting the council, you know, or something like that, you know, or something like that, or
Yeah. So
is
you
there any
read-
like sort of like, you know,
Okay.
struggles going on?
So you
we
read
should be
the
aware of?
expose, and there's definitely a few things come across. Firstly, this captain is Aruvian. It mentions how she came over from Aruvia, relatively young age, and has always kind of lived a life on the sea, based out of a number of different ports, but more recently, obviously, Doskvol. She comes across as very confident, maybe in some cases, depending on the light, full of herself, but also maybe just she knows her capabilities. She's pretty well spoken, not posh, but she is good at getting people's like good sides. She definitely plays the reporter when they're writing this little expose, and the piece is definitely written with a bias towards her, and you can tell that part of that is just her charm rubbing off. But she also comes across as kind of this roguish scoundrel. She's definitely one of these have no masters, don't have loyalty to anyone other than yourself and your family, in her case, her crew. And she doesn't take masters easily. She has a bit of a what seems to be a friendly rivalry with Lord Strangford and Lady Clave, and a few other
Notables.
Leviathan hunters and nobles. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Definitely not very approving of some of the imperial bodies that tend to be wanting to constrain and control the Leviathan hunting industry a lot more, though.
Cool. And for everyone playing at home, does that mean like what's the risk of delivering this letter? Why couldn't I don't know anything about this letter, so could you just refresh me what we know why delivering this letter is a challenge?
They want it delivered securely, and they want someone they can trust to deliver it.
Oh, cool. Okay. Just like
It's a very
simple
basic,
courier
very
service.
cheap courier service type tier job, but they want someone reliable.
Awesome. Okay.
Really a
you for
case
that.
that the Red Sashes don't want anyone to know that they're communicating with the captain.
What was the captain's name again?
It is Lady Anayat. Ankhayat. I can put it in the dice log again for you if you want.
That'd be great.
The canal rats, we're all smugglers. That does seem right up our canal, so to speak.
Mhm.
That sounds real dirty. Get your mind out of the
I
gutter.
mean, Marin
Get your mind out of the
is
canal.
Mhm.
slightly transparent about the fact that she is far more interested in meeting this captain than gives any crap about the coin that
Oh,
they're going to
awesome.
make. But yeah,
Yeah,
she's like, they're a Leviathan hunter. They know things. They see things.
You fold up the expose with a big heart around their face.
No. We transition back to Marin's conspiracy board. And it's just like Leviathans. And it's like the equivalent of pictures of Loch Ness Monster, but like Leviathans parts and stuff, and like mystery ship disappears.
Oh, so you're
in
that
ocean.
scientist from Pacific Rim, the one who's like the kaiju parts.
Oh yeah, that is she's that, but also
Okay.
not smart.
I mean, in which case, like, what Marin would know, Lady Ankai is probably the third most well-known Leviathan hunter out of Doskvol. She is one who has the least ties as well. She's very much more independent. If Marin
Marin draws a little heart on it.
Yeah, if Marin looked up to Leviathan hunters, I imagine Lady Ankiat would be the one that she's like, I like that one the most.
Yes.
Does the canal rats have a boat? Do we have a vehicle?
Yeah, we have a barge.
Yeah. It's not a houseboat, so we can't like live on it per se. but
Right, it's not. Oh, okay.
Not
We do
yet,
have-
anyway.
Soon, submarine base. I'm just saying.
Yes. We have a barge because that's what you get as the smugglers. You get a vehicle, and we picked water vehicle.
Does it have an edge and a flaw?
Yes, the vehicle handles easily. It's nimble. Oh no, I don't think we picked our edge and our flaw yet.
Did you not? Oh, okay.
Uh-huh.
Because
No.
each vehicle is treated as a cohort, and each cohort has a edge and a flaw.
Yeah,
Would you
we
like to
never
pick
did
your
that.
edge and your flaw for your vehicle then?
So it can be nimble, it can handle easily. Consider this as assist for tricky maneuvers, or simple, it's easy to repair or remove all of its harm during downtime. Or sturdy, keeps operating even when broken.
I can attack your vehicle, and I will.
Yeah.
Nimble feels like more your style.
Yeah, I'd say nimble or sturdy.
Nimble is smugglery.
It's pretty sturdy too, because we've taken it through.
I kind of like sturdy.
Sturdy's also pretty helpful.
Because I feel like we could acquire a different vehicle that's our nimble vehicle, right? Like sturdy also makes more sense with at least what I was conceptualizing, that this was a more of a barge. Like it's larger. It's like
If it's nimble, it'd be like a smaller,
Hmm.
like outboard,
I
like
meant-
single hull.
Actually,
Yeah.
like I was thinking sturdy did what simple did. Simple makes a lot of sense to me because we were talking about how it just gets messed up all the time because we are
I do
not
like
the
that
best
too.
drivers.
Otherwise,
it
removing
might
harm
stop
would
working,
be the
but at
same
least-
as for any of you, but it doesn't have downtime actions, so effectively you'd be getting Edwine to repair it each time, which would be time-consuming for him.
I was going to
Yeah.
point out that since Edwine's the one responsible for maintaining the boat, pretty unanimous there that maybe Edwine has to say over if it's simple or not.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I'd
So-
probably go. What are you thinking?
So what does simple mean for it? Does it mean it doesn't need repairing or it's easier to repair?
The vehicle is
easier.
easier to repair, remove all harm during downtime. So during downtime, you can remove
Yeah,
the harm on.
you
it.
just-
Yeah, well, I think it means that we don't have to you don't have to spend a downtime.
Yeah,
action to
provided
repair
it doesn't sink, provided it isn't destroyed, it automatically heals up during downtime and is completely good as new. Effectively, you do spend time healing it, but it's so simple and quick that you don't need to spend excessive time, no downtime actions needed.
Oh, it's
As opposed
okay.
to sturdy, it could be broken, but we'd still get to keep using it.
Oh, simple is nice. That is nice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
simple's pretty.
Not
nice.
having to waste a project clock on that sounds nice.
Both of those are nice. It's like I like the idea both of I like the idea that it breaks down all the time. So I wonder if maybe sturdy, and then we can like it can be broken, and I can have to deal with that, but we can still use it anyway.
Sure. Bear in mind that when it's broken, it still will give you negatives to using it, because its
Yeah.
harm will affect rolls, but it will still work. Like, you'll still be able to try and move it around.
It won't be at the bottom of the canal.
Yeah.
So
Effectively,
I'm
it's
okay
like...
to.
It's like saying, we have a boat, but what I did is I packed the hull with insulation foam. You can chip away the boat as much as you want. The entire thing is still buoyant. It's going to float.
the benefit here is that whenever it gets shot, which undoubtedly will one day, it won't sink,
Mhm.
which is great.
So we want to go with sturdy.
Yep. I'm happy to spend some downtime actions repairing it. That sounds like fun.
You say that. You were the person who has so much pressure on your downtime actions. If you're cool with that.
Yeah, that's why.
It's fine.
That's the main
getting
reason.
stuff. I'm getting all the
Finick-
abilities that give me extra downtime things anyway.
This makes me think that finicky is the right flaw for you, where like you're the only one
Yeah,
who knows
that's
how to
kind of what I
repair
was
it.
thinking too.
I was thinking that as well.
Mhm.
Ah,
The vehicle has
don't
quirks that only one person understands. When operated without them, the vehicle has -1 quality. So like,
That
if we try
sounds-
and use the boat without you, it's
Right.
not
Yeah,
going to work properly.
That makes sense.
That sounds perfect. I love it.
Yeah. And I don't think it's so much finicky so much as Edwine has probably customized it maybe in certain ways that he hasn't
Yes.
labeled anything.
Jacked
Look,
it.
to us, it's finicky. To Edwine, she's beautiful.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's like,
Yeah,
Edwine,
I've
why are the
refitted it.
controls reversed? Oh, it's more efficient that way. I adjusted something. It's fine. It's like, God damn it.
I've Millennium Falconed it. It's just a whole bunch of mess in there. None of it makes sense,
Oh,
but
yeah.
it does technically work.
That makes sense. It's sturdy and finicky. That sounds like the Millennium Falcon.
Yep.
Nailed it.
All right.
Okay. Your boat, do you want to call it something? Does it have a name? Do you want to call it the Millennium Falcon or something similar?
The Century Osprey.
The Decade Finch.
I feel like it's just the barge.
The Barge. Okay, sure.
We might come up with a name for it later. I'll just call it
Yeah,
the Barge.
And it's
if
red,
it was
apparently.
distinctive, I'd want to give it a name, but
Well, it is red. I remember that was
oh
something.
yeah.
Because
The
Josh through RP was like, "It's red," and we're like, "Sure, it's red."
Crimson
Ooh, the Crimson
type.
Barge.
Crimson
The
Barge.
Crimson Barge. It's just like, what am I looking for? It's red. It's a Crimson Barge. How did you know the name?
So,
We're perfect for the red sashes now that I think about it.
Yeah. We got
This
branding on
girl.
point.
The Unsinkable 2.
So I think we're gonna follow Lauren's suggestion here, right? And we're gonna do this letter thing, which means we probably want to go incognito so we can do it just passing through. And-
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Just
feel
passing
like
through,
I like
living
starting
away.
with the,
Skies.
from Lauren's player perspective. I like starting with something a little bit simpler, just while we're still relatively new with the rules,
Right.
and then
Okay.
probably steal the painting.
The painting's gonna be hard,
It's gonna be hard, but it'll be fun.
mostly because like a lot of us are not sneaky, or it's a huge, and that's a huge painting.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
So
But yeah, so I think we try and gussy ourselves up as civilians.
Are we presuming that this is in the docks, right? So we just have to take we just use a canal barge to go to the docks for real inconspicuous like pretending
you
we're
want to
just
do that.
ordinary citizens.
Honestly,
just
I
passing
feel
through
like
probably
probably
slightly
so the
more
docks are
effective.
relatively nearby. They're like the next district over. Do we go on foot onto the boat?
If you were going on foot, your just passing through will be a bit more effective, just because you're literally passing among a load of other people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think walking on foot makes sense. We'll just get close enough. Docker.
Yeah,
Or
we probably take
walk.
the barge
Yes.
to get to the district a little bit faster.
Yeah.
Like maybe leave because we're not trying to be necessarily sneaky, so it might be Marin's gonna insist on going, even though that's probably a bad idea. But if like Marin and Ruby go up to the boat to deliver the letter, just like the two of them,
Yeah.
with the barge parked nearish by for in case something goes wrong.
Yeah.
No one's gonna care if they see our barge going to the docks if they don't then see us going to the captain.
So I think it's transportation, and our route is barge, and then last part is on foot.
I mean, if you get too close to the actual docks themselves, where the bigger ships are moored, there's a lot more security around there. So stopping a little way away and then walking is a very smart plan. Yeah. Okay.
We'll
So
see how well we do it.
Yeah,
first
Marin
part
will
is-
also turns to Edwine and Zamira and says, "Nadin will give you a cue if things are going wrong."
All right. And if that happens, we come after you?
Presumably, yes. That would be preferable than leaving us to die.
I shouldn't think you will die, but it's always good to have precautions.
Yes.
I hope you're not going to be that rude to the captain that might happen.
I don't intend to be rude to her at all.
Okay, good. Yes, we'll be in reserve. If you need anything blowing up, I could definitely do that.
Hopefully it won't come to that. But be
I think we
prepared
just
just in case.
Delivering a letter, right?
Presumably.
It's delivering a letter where the delivery has to be kept completely secret, which means there's presumably people to be very interested to know we're doing it and wouldn't want us to do it.
Anyway, shall we?
Have we caught on to Marin's little fascination with this Leviathan hunter?
Ruby
That's up
knows.
to you.
I offer my arm, like, just for you to loop your arm around. We walk. Well, lady.
Milady.
We know Marin's after the Gale, and I don't think anyone particularly wants to stop her. It's like, yeah, she's delivering the letter to the captain. Who cares if she also talks to the captain?
Yeah, and I think any of us, if we lost crewmates that we cared about, we would be.
It's a mystery.
Okay.
Shall we roll our engagement?
So I'll just give you the letter to begin with. You pop over to the Red Sash Sword Academy. Very simply, you are told that the letter has to get there soon. As soon as you're given it, effectively, you're going to have to travel over there. The letter itself is an envelope about yay big, so we're talking a little bit larger than A4 paper. A huge wax seal all along the back. And you can see a
Put
slight...
it in a bag.
You see a slight glimmer along the edge, which appears to be some sort of powder or wax, which seems to secure it down a little bit better so you can't just jimmy it open. Okay. If you would like to do your engagement roll, you have a pretty good plan. You also have the ability to go just passing through. I would say, based on your plan, you get to bypass a large majority of going on the streets, which for one reason will help you out that you don't know, and secondly, because you're just passing through, sure, you'll get a +2 dice in the engagement roll, so it'll be 3 dice in this one.
And we'll probably all then have to be at light load because we all have to look like
Yeah,
the
if you want to
normal
go just passing
citizenry.
through to get the full 3 dice, you'll need to be light load.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Like,
it would
here's a
probably just be
question.
2.
Exactly.
So we have smuggler's rigging. 2 items carried are perfectly concealed.
Yeah.
How does that factor into our load?
It just
Right,
means
so
it's
like it still
perfectly
takes
concealed.
my load, but would conceivably I appear to have a light
it-
load if I'm carrying a regular load?
But if anyone looked at you or tried to like
Pat you down
definitely
or
like pat you
whatever.
down or like definitely perceive you
Yeah.
to be like, are you carrying anything dodgy? There is no way they can tell that's there. Literally without
Yeah.
like killing you and then dismembering your corpse, like that sort of level of intrigue, they wouldn't be able to find it.
So I'm just like conceptually, could I have a normal load, but it would have the mechanical equivalent of having
No,
a light
no,
load?
it would still be a
What?
normal load. But if you go light load and you want to then say hide a gun, you can just walk into somewhere and people will
Okay.
be like, you've got no gun, it's fine.
Cool. I'm taking a light
Yeah,
load.
totally.
I was just curious
You do
if
the
like
normal.
Yeah.
there was
Yeah.
a little bit.
Yeah, you could be risky and run the normal, but rely on the smuggler's rigging. That makes sense to me. That'd be kind of cool for Marin, right? Because you're
Yeah.
probably smuggling a rifle or something, right?
I think I mean in this case she has pistols. I don't think
Oh,
she's
that's right.
running the right. Like
oh,
she's
you have the PGs.
unless something comes
Oh,
up.
God.
Yeah, she's got nice pistols.
dual PG-42s or whatever it said.
So unless something comes up, like
Okay.
she's probably not busting out the rifle.
So simple question is
Okay.
everyone going light load?
Yes.
If everyone is,
Do we all need to be light, or is it just the people going on the actual?
everyone will need to be light because it's treated as a group.
Okay.
Okay, in which case, if everyone's light, mark it down as light, clear any load that you used last time, and someone, you can do the 3 dice engagement roll.
Feeling lucky.
Okay.
I'm not
Who
feeling
wants to
lucky.
roll?
All right, let's do it. Number of dice. We have 2 bonus dice. No, number of dice is 3.
Yeah, I think
how
8
many
engagement
dice
roll
are-
asks you for the full number.
6.
Ooh, nice.
Okay. So you were in a controlled position when anything goes wrong. And again, you have a very good plan. So, you set up with your barge. You end up going up to the dock district and parking relatively nearby. As you get out on foot and start making your way among the common citizenry, it's incredibly difficult to pick you out. Incredibly difficult. All of you are carrying very well concealed gear and a very minimal amount of it. As you go through the crowd, the shift changes, the people swapping over. You've deliberately picked your time to make it almost impossible to pick you out. You do eventually catch on that someone has started to follow you. But you see this coming, and you may deal with it how you wish.
Lose the
So
tip.
this would probably be the point where Marin and Ruby
it-
have like.
Yeah, are we walking? Is this when
We're
we're
walking
walking, or is this
together.
when the ship? Are they following our ship?
No, this is when you're walking. You've got off the ship.
Okay.
You're now going through the docks on foot. There's shift workers around changing over. Like you've timed this as
Okay.
best as possible.
I'm gonna lean over to Marn and say, "Looks like dinner's gonna be served around 6 o'clock."
Yes. Unfortunately, I think we're going to have some company for dinner.
All right.
Do you want to go take care of the company, or shall I? Or shall we ask the others?
I'm not really sure what kind of dinner they like.
So I think, okay, I want to try something.
Sure.
Don't know if this is a good idea or a bad idea. But I've got a hunting pet. I have a bird. I'm a
Just
bird
have
and
a
I
pet.
can talk now.
And I can inflict back to it.
We can communicate. We commune. So I think we see Naden is just circling like high above, right? It's an osprey.
Yeah.
And I would like to have, I don't know if this needs to be a flashback or not, but I'd like Naden to have a fish in their hand, like in their claws. And I would like them to drop this fish, and this would be the communication, to drop the fish on the person that's following them with like, and then swoop down by the barge with a screech so that like they can decide how they interpret this, but the intention is being that they understand this is like Naden has just marked a person.
Don't
Sure.
you hate it when you go to the docks and a fish just gets
It
dropped
just
on
falls
you?
on your head.
It's just maybe that's
is
just a
this
Seattle
just to
thing.
like
I don't
kind
know.
of let everyone know about this person?
Yeah.
Yeah. If that's
I was thinking it'd be a good distraction.
At the very
for
least,
us.
like they're gonna have a fish on their head, so like hopefully that could then give us a chance to slip away. So it's probably
Yeah,
a
that's what I was
setup action
thinking.
potentially.
that we slip away while like the person's distracted.
So I'd like
If you want to just use it to just let the others know, I'd say it would be no stress. If you wish to use it as effectively like a setup action, I would say probably just a one stress flashback. Again, this is a very controlled situation. So if you just want to use it as a one stress flashback to make sure Naden has a fish and you can just have Naden fly over and drop the fish, one stress flashback, and it will give a setup action for whatever you want to try and do next. As they're like, what?
Yeah.
Fish. Fucking bird.
the Pike Place market. Yeah, exactly. A Pike Place market maneuver. So I think we see, I'm going to take the one stress, and like Naden now has this gross fish, like slimy nonsense in their claws. And Marin sort of looks at Ruby and says, I think Naden will help. And then blinks. And like it's a long blink and the eyes close. And we see for a moment where her vision changes to, it's like, fuck it, we get Assassin's Creed Eagle vision. And she's like looking down on everything and she sees the person. And then Naden just like swoops in slightly lower and splat on the person's head.
Yeah, the
As the
fish
fish lands on
smacks
them.
him straight on the side of the head, bounces off the shoulder onto the ground. It's still a little bit flopping around and twitching. The person just looks down, like, looks up briefly, like gets distracted.
Don't you hate
everyone's
when a
Zamira
fish
uses this.
lands on your head?
Again, control position. So Zamira and Edwine, you know exactly what Marin is trying to communicate here, and you've kind of clocked this person a little bit already. This definitely gives away that Marin and Ruby have also noticed this person following.
Oh, it looks like I might have to
Awesome.
intervene.
Do we have to roll anything to sneak away as that person's distracted, or
If that's what you wish to do.
Yeah, it seems
I
like we
think
probably
that-
have to all prowl away, right?
Yeah.
We're just trying to lose them. We're not trying to like confront them or anything, right? Like that's the fish is the kind of the distraction.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm not good at prowl?
Well, here's the question. Would it
Group
make
action.
sense?
Be fine.
Can I assist you?
Well, we can do a group action, in which
Okay.
case we'll take the highest roll. So that's
Okay.
and I can lead it. But the other thought would be, I'm just trying to think, because we could also take a different approach that's not like prowling. That's more of the like looking like you belong sort of thing. But I feel like that probably still falls under prowl.
I see what you're saying.
Like I'm wondering if there's a way you could do it.
Almost like
potentially with
disguise, like
sway.
we just
Sway?
kind of like get into
Because
the
you are
crowd.
still in a crowd of people and trying to pass yourself off as normal citizenry, if you want to try and prowl away, I would say that would still count for your +1 dice for everyone in this case, because you are manifesting yourself to be normal citizenry and you have an ability that allows you to do that. So you'd get your +1
Okay.
dice.
Okay. Yeah. So we have our.
I don't know if
ability.
sway would make sense for that because it's more like when you're talking.
Yeah,
So-
no, sway's like you're targeting one person and trying to change their opinion. It would be a prowl
Okay.
probably in this case if you want to do it as a group action. Everyone would get +1 dice, and also someone from the setup can get an additional dice as well.
Cool. Let's do that. I don't mind leading it. I have 2 in prowl right now.
So you'd be rolling
I could
3.
take- I'd be rolling 3 with our just passing through. I could be rolling 4 if I take the +1 from Naden.
Setting up doesn't give an extra die. Is that what you were saying?
No, it doesn't. That's
It
helping.
only gives you.
Yeah.
Setup gives me potency, so it increases our effect.
Okay, so it would increase your effect on this. Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. In which case that makes sense. I was about to say, like, actually, it would make sense if the fish
Yeah.
just increases your effect.
Yeah. So
Your
controlled
effect
position,
will
great
be
effect.
great then, because it won't
Yeah.
just be standard.
Cool. So we have that thing of like that moment where we like kind of like all disperse and like reconvene at a different spot, leaving that person totally like.
If you pass it, it will be a clock.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna roll it group action. Is Edwin and Zamira, are you doing anything, or is it just me and Ruby sneaking away?
No, I think we're all doing the group action with you.
We're all sneaking? All right, then I will lead this. Everybody
we
give it a
need
roll.
Controlled standard, controlled what?
It's controlled great.
It'll be controlled great because you are getting increased effect from this.
And we all have
Awesome.
+1 die.
So if
Yeah.
we crit it, then it's no longer a clock, basically.
Yeah.
So
In
is this
case,
person-
It's a
Awesome.
4-tick clock. So if you
Yeah.
get
So has this person spotted us then?
this
All right,
spotted
they know where
you
everyone
as
is.
a group.
Right. Yeah. That's exactly. That's what the engagement.
They
was,
have, they
was
have
that-
figured out everybody who's part of the group, so we're all trying to hide essentially in
Yep.
different ways.
Yeah.
I'm leading the group action. Everyone has one bonus die. Controlled great.
So if everyone rolls prowl, you'll get +1 dice. Marin,
Oh,
that is
Marin.
unfortunate.
Okay, well, I got a 3. Cool, good. Thank you,
Zamira
Zamira.
gets a 6.
Oh, I got a 1.
Okay, so you take
five.
2 stress from
Two
your own
stress for
failure
failures.
and from Ruby's failure, but
Yeah.
Zamira gets a 6. And because of that, you would tick 3 ticks normally
Three.
for a 6, but because it's great, I'll
I
bump
think
it up and say you
Ruby's-
fill the clock because it is great. You did a lovely setup there with the fish. And so
Ruby's laughing because the fish is just, it's too funny that she just dropped this fish on her head. And then, like, I have a feeling that Marin, like, grabs her arm and is like, we gotta go.
We have to go. That was a distraction. We're supposed to leave now. Like,
I know, but I've never seen a fish drop on someone's
Ruby,
head like that. It was
well,
so
I'll
good.
do it. Like, I'll do it
Like-
again later.
Awesome.
How do you
I like the
monotone
idea.
enthusiasm?
So I like the idea that this fella was like walking around. Well, you know, like they were sitting leaning on a wall or whatever with a newspaper out as we go by or whatever, and they kind of like close the newspaper and they're following us. And then this fish just drops in their lap and they look up and we're just literally all gone. And then like they get bumped by somebody like I'm walking here kind of
Yeah.
thing.
I feel like though, because Zamir is the only one that succeeded, you do like a tap them on the opposite shoulder thing and then
Yeah.
walk away.
like Ruby's laughing so much.
It's
Marin's
funny.
trying to guide Ruby away, like arm around her, trying to guide her away. Ruby's still laughing, and the guy's like looking through the crowd, pushing past people, trying to get to this laughing.
Yeah.
And as he's just gaining on Ruby, Zamira just notices this walk up, taps on the other shoulder, and then just leaves down an alleyway. He turns around, looks like, starts to pull something out of a jacket, and like, no one's there. You
Nice.
finished the clock. You finished it instantly. You rolled really well. You travel. You
Nice.
get to the ship.
Marin is partially curious. She's like, I wonder who it was that was following us. Did we get to see anything of them? Did they have any like interesting marking, like uniform?
I mean, I was looking at them and
marking?
laughing. Yeah. Do I know what they look like? Did I see anything that
Um,
stand out?
I'm just
if you
Curious.
wanted to, I could give you some very basic information. If you wanted to actually look in
Yeah.
depth and like try and study them or something, I'd make it a roll. The downside would be you might get some false information or something along those lines. But if you wanted basic information, I'd have to give it to you.
I would love basic information.
Basic information. Okay. Grimy fellow, coal, like or dirt or soot stains alongside of his face. Bundled up cloth or newspaper or something in one hand under his arm that you didn't get to really see. Definitely, as Zamira would noticed, as Zamira tapped on the shoulder and then left in the other direction, the guy went to pull something from it and then couldn't find you. So he reached definitely for the bundle he was carrying.
But otherwise, conspicuously like any ordinary citizen of Doskvol. Right. Okay.
His load would be considered light.
Cool.
Sure.
I
He was delivering us a letter like we're delivering this other person a letter.
Yeah, he's a very
Oh,
dedicated
maybe he
postman.
was trying to like switch out the letter.
Oh.
I think it's a gun, but that's fine.
I think it was also a gun, but
It was a fish. He had a fish wrapped up in the newspaper.
It was a
Well, they
fish
wanted to
wrapped in the
deliver. They wanted.
newspaper.
They want to deliver a letter, but the letter is also made of lead, and there was
The
an
letter is
express
delivered to
delivery
you.
I want to deliver a letter.
I will make
at
you
a very
take
high
stress.
velocity.
I would like to let her.
Postage is included.
So we make it onto the boat.
Yeah, so we're gonna
Yeah,
get on
Let's
the
have their
ship.
name on it.
Yeah, I think it's just you two getting on the boat though. I think the rest of us are gonna
Yeah.
be kind of on lookout duty and
Yeah,
stuff
I
with
think that was
your
the plan.
bird.
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. right,
What's
cool.
the name
Good
of
luck-
the boat
good luck,
you're
you two.
going on? That Lady Anayat.
The
Is
Crow's
that-
Lament.
Oh yeah, the Crow's Lament. We knew that.
No, that was the ship we stole stuff for.
Was it?
Yeah, I was like, wait, are we
Oh, if I
on
got
the
my
ship
notes,
that
I
we
might have.
stole stuff
The
from?
problem is I've scribbled this in the margin, so I'm not sure where the margin pertains to.
Yeah, that was the
Whoops.
Ironborn. Oof.
I mean, it's fine. That just puts a twist on this.
No, that'd be awkward. No,
It's fine
it
if you
wasn't. Let me check my notes. I have it here somewhere. I'm sorry about this.
It's okay. Sorry I
We
asked.
call it Peepo.
I'm not calling it Peepo.
You sure?
Peepo! Yeah, Peepo the boat.
Be Captain Argle the Bargle.
The Argle Bargel.
Oh my god, that's the name of our barge!
The Argle
good.
Barge.
The
The
Argle
Argle
barge!
Bargel.
I'm doing it. I'm changing it.
No, I already named it.
Too late.
You are all the worst, and I love you.
Argle barge.
The second
Barb.
best name is Boaty McBoatface. That is true.
So,
Sure. In which
changed
case,
it. Argle bargel.
Doesn't show as updated for me.
that's
Oh,
not
I'm sorry.
Or
right.
maybe
Yeah.
you wrote it somewhere else.
The name of her boat is the Debt's Tempest.
Ooh.
The what? The depths?
The depths.
Tempest?
The Debt's
Tempest.
Tempest.
Oh, depths. That's less creepy than deaths.
Death's Tempest. I mean, I'm tempted, but no, that's not her.
Okay.
Couldn't find my notes, so I'm like, sod it, I'll make a new name. I'll have to just change my
That's
notes if I
okay.
find them. So,
All right.
you have reached the boat. You notice in front of you what appears to be a very large, mostly metal boat. There are some large sections which seem to be maybe some sort of wood, but the vast majority seems to be clad of iron. It seems to be at rest right now. Their engines aren't going, nothing's turning. You can see a number of dock workers nearby, but the majority of people on board seem to be in a various mishmash of uniform. It's not so much a uniform so much as they all have bits in common, whether it be there's a fashion on board the ship or whether there's some sort of very unstrict uniform policy. All of them seem to have something, whether it be a little like neckerchief thing in red. Some of them have like a little bit of gold brocade on one shoulder. Many of them have partially shaved haircuts, but all of them tend to have a few different bits of their fashion choice that happen to just be in line with everyone else. Most of them look very weathered and very hardy, and these people are veterans. Everyone you've talked to so far, whether it be your own crew, whether it be foghounds, whether it be dock workers, all of them are by default, most of them just people who have lived in the city, worked in the city, and occasionally popped out. Everyone on this ship has a certain look in their eyes that they are hardened, they have seen shit, and they have come out the other side.
They have a level of. Each of them has a level of trauma.
At least one
How-
level of trauma.
How hot are all of
Yeah.
them? No, I'm just kidding.
Got it.
It depends what you're into. There's certainly one person at the edge of this gangplank that goes up into the boat. They're sitting there on one of these, I can't remember what it's called, but like a big pillar where it's wrapped up with mooring rope. And they're just sitting there and they've got a knife and they're just digging out from under their fingernails. Very androgynous looking, completely shaved head. And just like a bandana tied around it. It seems to be red with some stripes and very fine bits of gold.
Ruby loves her broken toys,
I know. I was actually just joking, but he answered me. So
but
that's
also maybe.
cool.
Oh no, I'm totally.
Wouldn't it be funny if we kissed?
Wouldn't be
JK
the
lol.
first.
Unless.
As I'm gonna like take a moment to look around and basically assess who is in charge here, or potentially who looks like they are in charge here.
Sure. I mean, from what you can see right now, you can't see anyone obviously in charge on deck. The few people you can see seem to be going around doing minor chores. No one seems to be like they are doing repair work or unloading cargo. The ship just seems to be at port. No obvious sign of anyone doing anything. The person who you would say would probably be in charge right now would probably be the person at the bottom of the gangplank who I mentioned before, because they are the person who's controlling entry to and from the ship. No one seems to be going on board right now, but they're certainly the next impediment for you to either talk to Lady Anayat or get directions to her if she's not on the boat.
All right. I will walk up that way.
Okay. They look up at you, still playing with a knife with their fingernail, not now looking at the knife, but still moving it back and forth with very expert precision. They just look at you. Eyes probably focusing maybe like a foot behind your head. It's slightly disconcerting.
I'm going to look behind me a little bit. Do I see anything?
No.
Okay, I look back at him, and I'm like, hello there.
Hi.
All right, not much of a talker, that's fine. I'm looking to give a letter to Lady Anayat. Might know who that is. This appears to be her ship, I believe. This is the Tempest, correct?
Just a Tempest for sure.
Right.
Sure. And let her over. I'll make sure it gets to her.
I have been given specific rules in this engagement. I am to hand it to her directly. You know, gotta ensure that she actually sees it. No one else opens it.
Are you another one of those newsies? Want to
I
get
don't know what a
another
newsie is, but no, definitely not.
one of those soporific fans who keeps coming around going, "Oh, Lady Anayat, can I get another exclusive with you?"
Oh, I don't want anything exclusive other than the exclusivity of her receiving this letter that I have.
They look you very much up and down, very slowly and very obviously, and it's not the seductive look. It's very much, who are you? Why are you in front of me? Okay.
Ruby's like this dirty person.
Doesn't seem to phase her at all, phase them at all.
Yeah.
Give me a good reason why.
Well, I have a letter for her. She probably wants to get it. I'd say if she doesn't receive it, you know, there might be some information that she doesn't have. And in our types of careers, information is very important. Also, this is a hefty letter. Different than some of the other ones that I've delivered.
Are you trying to sway them?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
If I must.
Like if this
I will
letter
help.
doesn't get to her personally, bad things will happen. This is a hefty letter. Hefty letter.
Hefty lover. Yes, I'm delivering you a hefty lover.
I'll take a stress, and I think Marin doesn't just help by her strange presence, but also like she'll add, consider it a professional courtesy. We're here to do a job, and we would like to do it correctly. I'm sure you understand that. So take a bonus die.
Sweet. I will take this bonus die.
Your position is controlled.
Take a stress.
Worst thing they'll do is they'll be like, "No, please leave." So you're controlled, and your effect would be standard.
Standard. Should I do a little stress here? We
You want
shall.
to push yourself? How many
Yeah.
dice are you rolling?
I'm rolling 2 plus the one that you had, so it'd be 3.
That's up to you.
What y'all think?
Do you stress for an extra die? I mean, I don't know what your stress is at already, but sure. I mean, 4 dice
only
is
have
pretty
2.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. We're
I
going
mean,
to
it's
downtime.
important. This is important, right? Because otherwise we don't
Yeah.
deliver the letter.
Yeah.
I mean,
Are
there
you
other
fine
ways
with
to deliver letters.
indulging?
This is a social way to get on board.
Yeah.
Are you fine with indulging for the downtime afterwards?
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay,
Sure.
go for it. Push
Um,
yourself. You may push
Nice.
yourself, by the way, to get an extra dice, but you could also push yourself to increase the effect. But if you want to,
Oh,
I'll let you trade position for effect.
He's offering you a desperate position here.
Yeah.
No, the position would go from controlled to risky.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. That's not
Is
that's
it-
not so bad.
rather than maybe the stress as well, is there a devil's bargain that's available?
If you want a devil's bargain,
I mean, you could take the classic devil's bargain. You fall in love with them.
I mean, that could be
You
interesting.
fall in love with a sailor.
I think the devil's bargain is if you drop the name of who gave you the letter, you'll get an extra dice because that means something.
Ooh.
But someone potentially over here.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
I think I'm just gonna do the dice, guys, so that we can make sure we get it. I think it's probably better.
Sure.
Sure. Cool. Okay.
So you're having
Yeah.
+2 dice on this. 5.
Maybe I should have taken it at 5.
No, 5 is still good. 5 is you get what you
Yeah,
want.
but the
there's
2
full
extra
consequence.
dice that I got were both also 5s.
I mean, you don't let to you roll. You made the
Yeah.
right choice, probably.
Yeah.
They look you up and down again. They look Marin up and down.
Might want to just take a painting at this point.
Fine. I can take you to her.
Sounds good.
Gonna keep my eye on you, though.
I think you've already been doing that.
This time
Ruby
they
will
do
wink
look you up and
wink at
down
him.
with a little bit more of a seductive air.
Ruby will wink at him and like kind of,
I drop a fish on their head.
That's how Marin flirts with everyone. Okay.
She's like, I love fish.
Ew. Julie, like Mama Bird throws it up.
Yeah. Look.
They turn around, get up, flick the knife, and it just disappears. They start walking up the gangplank. You follow?
So what do you do
Yep,
here?
I follow.
I work the harpoon.
Oh, that must be
Marin, like,
exciting.
smiles just a little bit.
As they walk on deck, they look over to someone, they gesture, and they just say something quickly that you don't quite catch, and the person nods at them, goes down to the gangplank, and takes over. She leads you to the aft castle on this ship, which is a much older structure. There's definitely some elements of wooden design here that's aesthetic, but much of it has been worn, and many parts of it have been plated over with new metal sheets, and large chunks have been replaced. Goes up to the door, and you notice this door is barred and bolted
Hmm.
from the inside. As it swings open, there are many different chains, bolts, and locks. As you've been walking along deck as well, there's elements of copper along the rails around the side, which you might wonder something to do with lightning barriers for the sea, maybe.
Yeah.
And as you are led into the aft castle, the person who
Marin knows all about them.
greeted you. Yeah, Marin would know all about those. The person who greeted you motions for you to wait, closes the door. About 30 seconds later, comes out. You'll see you now.
We go.
Thank you.
As you
Marin like
enter-
abouts to say something and then doesn't.
Okay. As
Thank
you
you,
enter,
mate.
what you see
Thanks for
is they just look at you and they incline their head slightly, and there's a minuscule nod. It's minuscule, but it is there. As you enter the room at the back, what you see is a very strange combination of things. A lot of things in here seem utilitarian. There is a table. But as you notice the table, you realize something's different, and that is that it's drilled into the deck and heavily secured with very large bolts. Things on the table are all very carefully aligned for some of them, and then some of them are just haphazard. So there's paper and ink, and there's an inkwell, but the inkwell itself is built in and again has a stopper in it and is built into the desk. Some of the books are slightly recessed into the desk as well, and there's bookends on each side. But yet, there's like a bag of bits of slugs that have just been haphazardly skewing across the desk. There's a chair, and the chair itself appears to be on runners, which can only move back about 2 foot from the desk. Things along the sides of the wall, each bookshelf seems normal until you realize that they have lips on them, probably a good 3 inches tall, that make it difficult to just pull a book out. And there are a lot of random trophies and things. There's probably at least a dozen swords and different weapons along one wall. On the other, rifles, crossbows, small harpoon-type weapons, and even something that appears to have strange bottles attached. And then further around, there are a few stuffed very strange animals that I don't think either of you would really recognize, but both of you, knowing your backgrounds, would probably be like, that's something from probably in the Deathlands. Probably something that used to maybe be a dog in that case, or maybe something that used to be some sort of domestic herd animal. It's big for a goat, but you're not sure what it is, but it seems to have changed. And at the back, on a huge sofa that probably would be the size of maybe two and a half normal sofas put together, very plush cushions on it in red with a gold trim, is a lady. But a lady would be maybe an Akarosi word for someone very different. This person seems to be wearing what is maybe a captain's uniform from a fantasy novel. It has weird gold brocading on it in parts, but it seems to have been used and patched up, but patched up in such a way to make it obvious where it's been patched up. There is no discoloring around any of the tears or cuts, but each one of them has been sewn closed, but with a different colored thread, to make it very obvious where each time it has been torn or damaged. The woman wearing them is definitely Eruvian. There's definitely that dark skin tone, but the eyes are bright and vividly colored, which is not typically an Akarosi eye color. They are a very, very poignant kind of blue, almost purple. Her hairstyle is shaved along one side, with the other half basically flowing over. Kind of like Lauren's hairstyle, but maybe a little bit more extreme. It falls into a number of curls that appear to probably have been brushed somewhat in the last week, but has somehow still fallen into what appears to be at least a controlled style, although whether that is by design or whether it is just happens to have fallen that way, you're not sure. She has a couple of very evident scars down one side of her face, and part of her ear is missing. And one hand is discolored and blotchy. You can see pale bits of skin have peered out from underneath her Eruvian skin tone, almost like a severe burn or something. She looks over to you, doesn't get up. So, who are you? Why are you on my boat?
I'm Ruby, and this is my companion, Marin. We're here to deliver you a letter, my lady. I open my jacket and pull out this large envelope.
2 people deliver 1 letter? Must be a very special letter.
That's
Well,
what we were told.
Can never have too much security on a letter, I'd say.
Depends on the letter. May I? Holds out a hand.
I hand it over.
As she holds out a hand, you notice there's the very faint tip of a dagger under her sleeve. Takes it out. Flicks her wrist. Cuts the seal. Opens it. Pulls it out about 6 inches before just sliding it back in. Opens the desk. Puts it in a drawer. Closes the drawer.
Well, that'll be it for us, but I kind of nudge Marin.
She's like, what?
We've heard some
But
stories
Probably less noises.
outside of, the delivering of the letter. My friend here has a question for you, not one of those newsy letters or questions or anything like that. It's more personal, I might say. Personal for her. I nudge her again.
Lady Marin
That's
steps
okay.
forward
I
kind of
think it might
awkwardly.
be a bit early in our relationship to have personal questions about me, but you want to ask a question about yourself? You have my interest.
Lady Anayat, I was simply asking if you have encountered a ship called the Soaring Gale at any point.
My friend here,
Knew
I put my
anything?
arm around her, has lost some companions, and I know that you've got quite a crew here on your ship. You could imagine losing some of them, as I'm sure you have.
I might know something of the Soaring Gale.
look at that.
I've crossed its path a few times over the years. And it's been at sea and missing for... how long now? A while. Is she saying
I
that
feel like
she's
Marin knows
drawing another
maybe
desk?
the exact amount of time, but I
You
don't
probably
actually
vague,
know.
Vague to exact. Like there might be like a month or two where you're not sure. Like, was I at sea that long? Did I have a concussion? But you
Yeah.
know vaguely how long it would be. If you want to just name a time.
I think I'd said she'd been here for about a year. So let me double check if I had already decided.
Because I know that me and you, our characters are around the same time.
Yeah, how long we knew each other for 1 or 2
was
years?
for me
2?
that I've been in Doskvol, yeah.
Yeah. So if Marin's been here
About 2
1,
years.
that would also work. Two. Okay.
We'll say a year and a half. Let's
and a
say
half.
you were here for a little bit and then I met you. About a year and a half.
Now, why would someone be asking after a ghost ship?
I need to know what happened to it. And then, like, very quietly, she adds, I need to know what happened to me.
She's always been like this for me, but apparently maybe she was different.
Some things are best not known. Pulls out 2 bags, puts them on the desk in front of her.
Of course. That's probably for the best then. Thank you for your time.
What? You can't just give up like that. What do you mean it's not meant to be
She like
known?
holds up a hand or something. I don't know whether Ruby stops talking, that's up to you, but she's like gives you a stare, but she always gives you a stare, so it doesn't
Yeah.
necessarily mean anything.
Ruby, my dear, could you give me a moment with Marin?
Sure. I mean, you all right with that, Marin?
Of course. I'm happy to oblige the lady.
I'll take the 2 bags.
I assume it's 2 coins.
Put them in my coat.
It's 2 coin. They disappear into Ruby's coat. You're not exactly sure where they went. They're very well
I'll put them on our group sheet.
Nice.
Ruby, you step outside. The sailor you saw at the gangplank nods to Lady Anayat and then steps outside with you. As the door closes, why do you want to know? What's your relationship with the Gale?
Marin hesitates for a moment and then, like, looks down and then looks back up. I was a crew member on the Gale. And then I woke up on the shores of Doskvol, and I don't know what happened. There was an accident, a storm, maybe. I don't know. I need to know if they're still out there.
She thinks about this for a moment, goes over to one side in a cabinet, opens it. With a bit of effort, you can see that she actually has to strain a bit. And as she strains, you can see that there's biceps under that coat that are definitely quite chunky as she strains and opens it. Apparently
Marin has a new life goal. It's to become a crew member on this ship.
I mean, Leviathan's a badass, just saying. But
Yeah.
as like she opens the door, you can see that it's spring-loaded. Like the entire thing is meant to be closed, and it takes effort to open it. She pulls out a bottle of something that probably not even you would recognize and puts it down. It seems to be clear with glimmers inside it. Almost like very large pieces of glitter, but there's not many of them. It's almost like looking into the sea and seeing the stars, but maybe lesser effect. She undoes her coat a little bit, and underneath you can see a vest. A little bit stained, a little bit like slight sweat marks on it. And she just pulls her hair down a little bit, runs her hand through it. You're one of us too, are you?
I was. But it's not much of a sailor without a ship.
Why didn't you get back on a ship?
Until I know what happened, I don't think it would be the right choice for me.
That's very deep.
I need to know. And I've found a crew of sorts, a family.
You do realize that finding out about your ship would probably involve going back to sea.
Someday, yes. I do.
I can help you. I know where your ship is. But I need to know I can trust you, Marin. Someone
We
else has
only
been
just
looking for
met.
the Soaring Gale.
It's like the first like emotion you've seen on her face in a while. Like, who?
Someone whose job it is to find people who have...
Ah, Casta.
If that's the name he's using these days.
Still after the bounty, I see.
Give me a reason to trust you, Marin. Give me a reason to trust you.
You don't know me and I don't know you. But actions tend to speak louder than words. What can I do to earn your trust?
What do you and your family do?
We move goods on a smaller scale than I used to. Shorter distances. Our boat is not as seaworthy as this one.
Good a job for you. Takes the glass. Pours out about thumb into a tumbler. Pushes it across to you. Looks around. Opens several drawers before finding a second tumbler, and you realize that maybe this cabin isn't quite so well presented as some of it looks. Looks in the bottom of the tumbler, shrugs off one side of her jacket, takes the sleeve, pulls it up, and wipes the inside of the tumbler with it before
Good.
pouring more. Where do I find you and your family?
I feel like we probably have some sort of, and this is a question to the group, like some sort of method of getting information to us that's not just like, here's our address of our secret hidden underground base.
I mean, your base isn't that secret or that hidden. It's effectively like a tiny mini turf that you own. And you do operate out there, and you've probably done, before you became smugglers, some local scouts. So people know vaguely where you are. So if you did want to give her an address or location, that wouldn't come back to you. It's just something that we kind of tacitly accept. But if you wanted to, wanted to have some more elaborate, you could totally say you had something more elaborate, like you've paid some like street urchins or whatever.
I think so far everybody's just like dropped off messages for us, but maybe there's like a location nearby that we go to and pick it up. It's not everyone wants to come into the sewers or like the canals. Leave a message with the haunted waste.
I mean, you could use your dock work if you wanted, by the way. They are a friend,
That's true.
and they do work the dock.
From here, you can leave a message with Ellen at the docks. They'll get it back to us.
Ellen,
Or alternatively, look up. Offer a fish. Naden will get back to me.
do you have Naden inside right now, or is Naden outside?
No, Naden's normally outside. Unless she's going to a place where she thinks people would be okay with a hunting bird on her shoulder.
Does it just show up at the window to the cabin and peck on the
Probably.
window?
I'm intrigued. One second. She just walks past you, opens the door, looks up, shouts something. Just catch the word fish. And then there's like a wait of about a minute, which just turns around, leans against the door.
Marin's eyes like glaze over. I think they go like full dark for a second and then come back, and we see her launch into the vision of Naden swooping down and grabs a fish and then just like sits on the deck and just goes.
Yeah, later Anayat gets handed a fish, just holds it, looks up, and then Naden flies down, grabs the fish. Marin's currently in kind of like wild form. As Naden grabs the fish, the camera sees it from 2 points of view. And then Naden just sits on the deck eating the fish.
Marin like burps, but she doesn't know why. That is somewhat
Interesting.
less reliable. I would try with Ellen first.
But we don't have to offer her fish as well.
I don't think so.
Fair enough.
Thank you, lady, for your time, and I look forward to a trusting relationship.
Got my interest, Marin.
I hope that's a good thing.
Can be. Depends what I'm interested in.
Devil's bargain. More information, and you fall in love with her.
I mean, if you're not pushing for information, then she steps to the
I
side.
don't think she will now.
No.
She understands, like Marin sees, I need to earn your trust. You know something, and she's given enough evidence, like Marin's gonna earn her trust.
Yep. She steps to the side, holds the door open.
Marin does whatever, like, the sailor's, like, salute is. Or whatever she would expect to be appropriate.
Each ship can be very different. It very much depends, because that each ship's
She,
effectively
like,
a family. So
Bows slightly.
yeah, that's a pretty good, safe all-rounder. She looks you up and down. No one bows to me on this ship.
You're a different captain, then.
People follow me because they trust me and they believe in me. I don't need to have someone saluting me.
Thank you.
You're also not a member of my crew.
Marin doesn't say it, but we see a thought bubble. Not yet.
Start a 12-tick project clock, become a member of her crew.
Sorry, guys, I gotta make a new character.
Okay. You step out. The door immediately closes behind you. You see Ruby waiting there. Ruby, did you want to have any talking or anything with the sailor, or did you just have to wait?
I mean, if someone is around, she probably would ask them a bunch of questions because she's Ruby, but nothing.
The
I mean, probably just
consequence
like
of your previous role of like partial success, risky, was they just spend time watching you, so they will be with you. And if you want to ask them questions, feel free.
Yeah, I mean, she probably just asks them things about like their ship, about what they're doing, like small talks type of things.
Sure.
Have
And
you ever
they-
died? What was that like?
Yeah, like she
Tell
asks
me.
weird shit like that. Yeah, she might be more annoying than anything else.
Yeah, if you ask that, then they just look at you, just pop one button on their top, and they just move it to the side, and you see this horrific scar, like starting just about there and going up about there by about 3 inches, but it's very wide and splayed, and multiple different striations come off it.
Bloody hell! What was that? What caused such a?
You asked if I
Scar.
died.
All right. Well, how'd you come back?
We've got a very good physician. You need to at sea.
Fair enough. I have a friend who might want to meet your physician. They probably would nerd out about like dissecting things and stuff, I'm sure. Not really my thing. If he's looking for somebody to talk to, whenever you guys are docked here, just an idea.
Knife comes out again, and they start just carving an apple. not a nice apple by any means, but this is still considered somewhat luxurious by Doskvol standards.
Ruby stares at the apple.
They see you staring. They're confused for about 5 seconds before they just hand you a slice.
Oh, she eats it. Fast.
Yeah, Marin, you come out to see Ruby chowing down on something a bit squishy, vaguely spherical shaped, and cut into a segment for Ruby.
Thank you
Get
for
what you
waiting.
need? Of course.
A start, I hope.
All right. A start's better than nothing. You've been waiting a while for that.
It is. It is. She turns to the harpoonist. I'd like to get a look at your harpoon sometime.
That's what she says to everyone.
No, I don't.
Ruby giggles. Marine does not get her joke.
Maybe sometime. Trade secret.
We always envied the weapons of the Leviathan hunters.
I make sure to keep it well primed.
Oh, show her the scar thing. That'll impress her.
Looks
not that
somewhat
you're trying to
quizzical,
impress
brow
her.
comes down a little bit, and they just move it to the side. You see this huge, scar.
He said he
died.
died and he came back.
That's good to know. Thank you. Shall we, Ruby?
I nod. I tip my hat to the guy. Thank him for the apple. And I follow in suit.
As you're leaving down the gangplank, they look at you from the top. It's they, and the name's Lilith.
All right, Lilith.
Rin doesn't blink. Just walks away. Stares at them.
And as we walk away, I'm like, you don't have one of them scars, do you? Might explain some things.
I don't think so.
I think you would know. That's pretty. That was.
But my eyes
Massive.
weren't always this color.
I look at her eyes.
Because they're inky black. There's no differentiation between her pupils and her iris now.
What color were they before?
I think they used to be green.
Oh, that's pretty. Not that they aren't pretty now. I'm just saying.
They're different. I'm different.
Yeah, you keep saying that. You've been the same to me, but I didn't know you before. Just only
No.
after you washed up on shore there.
Don't worry, I still think we would have been friends.
I think so too.
Well, that was delightful. 2 coin. Quick and easy. I wonder who it was that was following us.
I'm curious
if-
too.
Zamira or Edwine learned anything.
Hopefully.
Cut back to Zamira and Edwine. What have you been up to this whole time?
That was really funny though. Dropping a fish on someone. I've never seen such a thing like that before.
What are you saying? I didn't do a thing.
Right. You know when you're sad and depressed and you think you have that memory that you think of just to kind of make you smile? That's gonna be Ruby's. It's she's sitting there and she's lonely and then she's she's laughing. Remember that time that guy got the fish dropped on his head?
Good. What have Zamira and Edwine been up to?
Hiding.
Track him! Flirt?
We
Smooch.
might as well try and track him if
Track
If we
him
have the
and flirt at
opportunity.
the same time.
Flirt tracking! It's my favorite activity.
It's called flacking.
That is not what you should call it.
Were
Oh,
you
no,
doing some
Edwine.
flacking?
Mm-mm.
Is that what you
Mm-mm.
suggest?
Yeah, I think after we duck behind a stall or round a corner after dodging them, good misdirect. But the question is, who the hell was that, and why did they want to know about the letter?
Would I know
Kinda,
anything in
peek
particular?
background.
E, considering I'm part of the Red Sashes? They
It's
don't
hard
pay
to
me to
say.
know either.
I mean, she is an Eruvian captain. The Red Sashes have connections to Eruvian diplomatic contacts.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of politics that could be going on that you said, politics over your head. But there's also a lot of stuff that could be going on just about moving certain items outside of the normal channels. And normal even means outside of the normal smuggler channels. A lot of Leviathan hunters still move small bits of cargo or important people occasionally just on the side, especially when it's a personal request.
Yeah. It's above my pay grade, and I don't like to ask.
Well, we should try and find out.
That would only bring more trouble on yourselves. Are you sure you want to do that? We're already scot-free. Why risk it? I want to do this, by the way. I just want you to convince me.
Yeah, that's just saying again because still relatively new to the rules. Currently, you would be, if you want to just call it here, you'd be going into downtime. You'd have 0 heat from this. No one knows you did it. Everything's calm. If you go chase us down, potentially more heat, but you might get information.
Yeah, I see Moon as kind of like having a professional etiquette to it. So like, this is the job, but obviously that's not as fun. But I want you to do it. And because I like you, like character to character here, like I would totally be persuaded by whatever you suggest here.
Yeah.
But I just want you to be the person that makes the decision here. What do you think Edwin would do?
I think Edwine's curiosity definitely gets the better of him here, and he's like, "No, we have to know. We have to know what people are trying to find out, and who knows what. And if we tell the Sashes, they'll surely, I imagine, be happy to know who's trying to find out what about the letters. We should see. Like, then sneak back round and see if I can spot the person in the crowd, probably looking around like, what the hell did what? Fish."
Okay.
Sure. This is definitely going to need to be a roll because you did lose them
Study.
and it took a while away. So if you wish to do something like a study or possibly even a survey, because you could just spend time surveying the area rather than studying for an individual target, either of those would work. Again, controlled because
Potentially hunt too.
I mean,
Hunt would
studying a
also-
person to gather information on them, it's like the definition of studying.
Yeah.
So
It
I'm
kind
not
of
good
depends,
at
but in this
studying,
case, you don't
so I'm
know
not
where
good.
the person
yeah,
is.
it's
so
more
you have to
survey
find
because
them
you're trying to
first.
find the
What?
person. Study would lock in on that person, but I'd be happy to really accept either
Okay.
really at this stage.
They're both one for me.
I mean, then go with survey. It would be controlled right now, and it would be
Group
limited
action.
because you've already lost them. You got away from them, and if you wish to find them again, you'd have some difficulty because, again, the reasons it made it so good for you to lose them. There's a lot of people around. You managed to do the shift change perfectly. It would be difficult. If you push yourself, you can upgrade that. If you wish to make yourself a target as bait, I would let you trade position for effect.
Sure. Yeah, I didn't know that us losing track of them was part of the prowls.
Mostly
Our
just
problem.
because you went on and you made sure you got out of the
Sure.
area in the situation. It wasn't sort of a
Okay.
consequence, just so
Yeah.
much just a part of the narrative having got
No,
away.
I wasn't. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that makes sense to me now. That wasn't clear to me. That's all.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
think-
Group action in here, Edwin. You leading it? I don't have any
yeah, could
dice
do.
in it, so
I'm
and
thinking.
I don't want
might
to. I don't want to
push-
give you a stress.
I'm
I don't
thinking.
give me a stress. I'd rather give you an extra stress.
Why don't in this instance you help?
Yeah,
Because
because
that's
it's
an
just
extra
the
point
two
of
of
stress.
you.
That's true.
Well, it just depends
Yes.
on if you want to
I
take
don't-
stress. I feel like
It
the
also
I'm
I
a
mean,
half
consequences
elf.
come at both of you, but that makes sense if you're both going to go as a party. So
I would either say it probably would mechanically it makes more sense to either help or just have Edwin roll it. 'Cause you're
team
Either
would
way,
work
I'm
in.
happy to push myself for it.
Just
So I have
try.
2 dice.
okay,
just try it.
sure. If
Worst
you want to,
case scenario, we don't find them.
if you want to push
Cool,
it,
so
give yourself an
survey.
extra dice. Would you like to trade position for effect? Make yourself bait. That way, it will not just be limited; it will actually be standard effect. But it will be risky rather than controlled.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay, so risky, standard.
Oh my
Taking a
god.
bonus die because I'm growing some stress. Oh well.
Take the lowest. Take the lowest
Yeah.
of those box cars, baby.
Oh wow.
Oh my
what?
gosh, what?
Crit.
We
You
both
crit
got
it.
double
What is
sixes.
this?
Okay,
Crit.
yeah,
Eric
sure.
doesn't crit because it's 0 dice,
don't
so
crit.
you pick
Yeah.
the lowest, so you only get a 6. But Edwin
No, it's
gets
like
a
I can't
crit.
top this, but I guess I'll roll. Wait, no, there's one way I can top this.
Yeah.
All right.
So you crit and also take no stress.
So we take great effect, and
Do I still
we see
take
through
the
time and
stress
space.
from-
So tell us everything.
Do I still take the stress from pushing myself, or like
Yeah,
no?
you push
Yes, you
yourself
do. You
before
always
you
do.
roll to
Normal.
get the extra dice. Yeah, you take the stress. Okay, shit. Okay.
Nice.
We should get jerseys because we make a great team.
Okay, you know what? Edwine, you are unassuming. And you've lived in Akaros for most of your life. Whenever you've been away, it was just to go somewhere on a job and immediately come back to Akaros. You've never lived somewhere else. You are almost a personification of an unassuming, normal citizen in terms of your everyday walking around. What you do back in your lab, definitely not normal. But everything that happens on the street, you know this place like the back of your hand. And you fix yourself into the group and start muddling around. You do the risky thing of then beginning to try to make yourself a bit more visible. And you deliberately pick areas where there's less of a crowd so that you might get spotted. And you do it perfectly. Samira shadowing you all the way incredibly competently, making sure that she has your back. And you see, in your goggles, as you take them off and just inspect the inside, wiping away some dirt, you see the reflection behind you of that same person. He's back there watching you, but this time he's not alone. You can see two others, both women, both very much cut from the same cloth, and possibly exactly the same cloth in terms of they all seem to have very, very similar clothes, almost like their waistcoats were, we'll have 3 of those waistcoats from the same store, the shirts, 3 of those shirts. All of them dirtied up in very similar fashion. And what you do is you go down one set of stalls and quickly popping between one place that seems to be selling rugs made out of woven seaweed or something strange and esoteric, and something where you've got a load of people gathering around to watch a magic trick being done. As you go through there and they very quickly lose sight of you, flip the jacket inside out, and you come out the other side of the group and start tailing them. And they don't spot a single thing.
Nice.
You follow them around. And you follow them around for what must end up being an hour or so. The shift change ends. It gets a lot less quiet. You start to be concerned that maybe you'll stand out a bit more. There's less people on the street. The smells are still very thick. The fog and smoke starts to roll in as the day gets a bit later and the production chains start to change over and kick into high gear again. But they still don't notice you as you make your way with your companion towards where they're going. And you follow them to an alleyway. But having grown up round here, this is your crit. Having grown up round here, you know this place. This is probably somewhere family-like. Maybe your grandma used to live here before she passed on. And you know that her house is still abandoned and actually has a small window with a tiny balcony outside that you can't really step on, but allows you to get some fresh air in. Fresh air is difficult to come by these days, but luckily it's above ground level and it's relative. Yeah. And so, not being able to make your way into the alleyway particularly, without being spotted, you head into the house. You just give the lock a bit of a knock in the right place and it just swings open. And you open the window and you can hear everything that is said. Couldn't find them. They left. Don't know where they went to. I'm sorry. Look, we tried our best, yeah? They're good. I'm not interested in excuses. The Ministry of Preservation needs reason to move in on these uncontrolled rogues. We cannot have the lifeblood of this city being controlled by free market capitalists with the whim of working for themselves. It's too risky. I need to know what's inside these letters that have been sent between the Eruvians and some of these Leviathan hunters. Better do better next time. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Now, go back out and try and find them. Might be too late, but you can at least have a search. There are less people around now. And be cautious. Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Sorry, sir. And they part ways.
I'll creep back from the window and carefully close it again. Like, I don't think we get everything we need to get. Let's get back before they do. Get everyone out of there, and they'll never find us.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah.
What was that group called? The something of preservation?
The Ministry of Preservation.
Ministry of Preservation. Do I know what that is?
Oh, yes. Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes,
Y'all
yes,
do.
yes.
It sounds,
Ministry of Preservation.
like official and important.
They're the people who give you all the food.
Yeah, they are in charge of basically all logistics. So food, electro rail train lines, radiant energy farms, ealeries, the distribution of important assets throughout the entire Imperium is basically their job.
It's like the
They're very
preservation of mankind, or at least this particular city or nation or whatever kind of thing.
Maybe not the most glamorous job for some people, but they are probably more important than just frontline work. The fact that without them, literally there wouldn't be enough refined electroplasm being sent to all the cities to power their lightning barriers. They are in charge of transportation, distribution, and logistics, and they are powerful.
They keep all the wheels turning, yeah.
Just so you know, they are tier 5.
Oh no.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm like, all right, we did some good work. Let's get back to the rest of the team and work this out.
Yeah, that sounds doable, right? So otherwise, I would say we should just keep hiding here until they just go away, and then it'll be easier, and we just should pick up with them later.
Well, if the other two are still in the docks, and
You
they're
could have
gonna
left
head
us a
back there.
message, like, and a little note on the boat. BRB.
True.
BRB.
Or
Just
they-
imagining because they were told go back to the docks and keep looking for them. Be cautious. I'm like, if we go back to the docks and we're not cautious, we'll get there first.
Again, you've kind of overcome this obstacle. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Blaze in the dark, you did a thing, you did it really well. Great. Now you're good. Don't worry.
Yeah.
And we got
then
the
go back.
bonus stuff.
Oh yeah, you critted that.
Right.
I was like, they're not going to find out about
Woo,
Okay,
no,
sure.
it was good. It was worth.
Good job, Endem.
Also, holy crap. That's some information right there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
I
giving
guess we
points
go
for
back.
that.
We meet up with the rest of the team.
Yeah, Marin, Ruby, you've barely made it back down the gangplank, and you've noticed that Zamira and Edwin aren't quite there. You start walking just down the pier to where it actually meets the rest of the city before you notice Zamira and Edwin very nearby and very well stealthed. Edwin's got his coat on inside out.
Not that weirded out by that. He's kind of strange.
He probably flips it inside out every now and then just to like.
You know, it's
Look
how
clean.
you don't have to do your laundry as often.
Yeah. just
Yeah,
flipping it
inside out, back to front, inside out and back to front. 4 days, one pair of underwear.
Yeah.
Oh god.
So gross. But so true.
And that's how you get a yeast infection or a urinary tract infection. Pro tip.
Anyway, just like
We convene on
come
our barge and make it back to our base. Where you probably fill us in. Did you have fun while we were gone?
Oh yes, we did. We found out some interesting things and also quite concerning things. I'll be honest. The people
Really?
following
Find
us,
out.
it wasn't just anyone. It was the Ministry of Preservation.
What was that? Was who was following us?
Mm-hmm.
For what reason?
They want to know why the Red Sashes and maybe other people affiliated with the Red Sashes are sending multiple letters, it sounds like, to all the Leviathan hunters. It seems like this letter was part of a larger thing. There's lots of letters being sent, and basically various Aruvian people are trying to make some kind of deal with the Leviathan hunters, which is it makes sense as to why it would worry the Ministry of Preservation, as they kind of need the Leviathan hunters to give them the Leviathan blood.
You think someone's trying to skim some off?
It could be, or it could be the Arubians are trying to flip the allegiances, which could cause serious problems for the Ministry of Preservation and all of Doskvol, really.
I don't think it's I think it is a thing.
Well,
It also sounds like something that puts us in over our head.
don't worry. They're not worried about us. They're worried about bigger fish. Those fish fight other
Yes.
big fish. We're minnows.
Yeah. The only concern is if they get hold of us, that they'll probably cause all sorts of trouble.
Lucky for us, we don't know all the information.
Oh,
Which
they
is-
were. No one would find the bodies if they found us. They control all
It
the
might be
areas.
that bad, yes. This is a good job we avoided them. Yeah, the good news is they're not particularly after us, they're after Brother Sashes.
Well,
Let's-
let's pass the information on to the Sashes if they would like it. Perhaps they will give us a coin.
Yeah,
On our end,
nation
we were
goodwill.
able to,
Improved
we were able to
reputation.
deliver the letter. I pull out the coins and I ching. You hear the coins hitting
Two
the
bags
table.
full of slugs.
Yep, deliver it in secret, despite being told by very important people.
Job well done. So, do we want to steal a painting in a little bit?
It's not really my thing, the stealing part of it. I don't mind the smuggling, taking
Yeah,
things
it's-
from one place to the other. Usually the stealing part is done by somebody else, so not
What if
quite
we
my
pretended to be a
expertise.
painting restorer? We're just taking it out for maintenance.
I don't know if
Do we-
they would believe
Do they
it.
need-
I look down.
Do they need the frame or just the painting?
Just the painting.
Oh, that's much easier.
It's
Yes.
a large painting, though.
Very, very, very big. And they probably wouldn't like it if we folded it.
Well, we did say we could roll it.
Yeah, you have to roll it.
Perhaps we can discuss this later.
Probably not here.
You cut back to your base, so you're in your base. You can totally
Yeah.
discuss it.
Yeah, we're at the
Should we,
base.
should we do the end of our mission thing?
If you
Yeah,
wish
so
to.
we pass the information on to the Red Sashes. I don't know if they well, we probably tell them that we picked up some interesting information. And see if they bite.
Would we just tell them that? Because we
No.
could probably negotiate that information for some.
Right, that's what I'm
That's
saying.
why
is, like, we
Lauren is
say
saying
we
she
learned
tells them that they
something.
have some interesting information, but not what it was.
Yeah. We have
Okay.
some more information, and we're available for another job.
In which case, since this is kind of an extension of the same job, if you want to play this bit, we'll cut to my Lara's reception, where she brings you in. You've just had to walk past what appears to be like 8 relatively fresh Eruvian cadets, all in very pristine uniform. As you make your way in, my Lara greets you. So, it went well?
Yes.
I believe so, but there were some other things that we came across in our delivery. Appears someone was following us. Don't worry, they didn't get a hold of anyone. They don't know what we delivered. The delivery was made, the exchange was done. But we might have followed them and got some information of our own. I think it might be useful for you. But how are you going to make it useful for us to exchange that information?
It depends on the information that you have. I will, of course, pay well for good information, but that depends exactly what you have.
Give me some ranges here.
The range would be anywhere from a pat on the back up to I give you a full estate and mansion in Eruvia and pay for your passage.
How will we take that lower one, at least a coin, and keep the other one as it was? I like that.
My dear, I appreciate your enterprising spirit. and it does you credit, but at the same time I do not know what information you are offering. If we are to have a productive relationship, you may offer this information freely, or if you wish me to pay you, I will happily pay you what I think is commensurate with the information. If, of course, I don't pay you well, then you would say other people would come to me with information, and it would ruin my reputation. So do not worry, I will not screw you out of your payday.
You know, just information's important.
I very much appreciate that, and I understand where you are coming from. Now, what do you know?
I'll like look at
motion
Edwin.
at the other two.
Yep, I shuffle up. Yes, so we were being followed, and we gave them the slip. They don't know where we went, and so they don't know about the particular details of the delivery of the letter, but they definitely knew beforehand something was up, because that's why they managed to find us and start tailing us in the first place. They must have someone on the inside actually should look into that. How else would they know the letter was on its way? But yes, they have resources because they are the Ministry of Preservation. That's the one. Ministry of Preservation. They were following us, and they wanted to know why we were delivering the letters from Eruvians to Leviathan Hunters. They know that much, which means they probably know that your organization is what is presumably a part of this.
I love Edward's explanation so much.
Well, that information is not exactly new, but it is interesting to know they were still getting onto our letters, particularly this one, considering we had changed courier. Which means it is not you. Do not worry, I do not suspect you. But it also does not mean it was our previous courier. Something else is to blame, which I appreciate the information. Do you wish to hand this over as a mark of friendship? Or do you wish being paid? I would be happy
Money,
with either.
please.
I'm asking, would you like a rep boost with them? Or would you like money? Or another thing that they might pay you in? I have a couple of ideas. But effectively, do you want a rep boost? If you give them information freely, people will like you and you will get rep boosts.
Rep boost is not bad, but
Yeah,
we need
rep boost is
money
pretty
to level up our stuff, right?
I like money. I think Edwin says, well, considering that there was this extra element involved in the job, it made it very much more difficult. It's very lucky and down to pure skill that we managed to avoid.
Yes, I understand you are very enterprising, just like your friend Ruby here, and I appreciate that. But if you would wish to be paid with money, you can just say.
Out of character, what are we thinking?
Yeah, honestly, I'm not fussed. So we're about halfway through. Oh god, the heart clock with the red sashes.
This won't affect that heart
I-
clock. If you give them information of this caliber, it will just knock out one. You still have that clock for going up again.
Rep is pretty good.
How about I give you time to think about it? I will leave you to enjoy a few drinks if you wish to discuss.
Yeah, I think we're currently at 0 rep with them, right?
You are.
Yeah, I think take rep. I would probably lean towards that because then they'll give us better jobs that earn more money that aren't like shitty.
And you can get more
Yeah.
stuff from them, training, requisition items.
Yeah.
Means
Consider
more
this
money
a
in the
gift.
future, then probably for the best.
I think Marinsura looks like, consider this a gift. Especially for putting us in contact with someone so interesting as Captain Lady Anayat.
Captain Lady. I'm sure she would like that title. I thought you
I
in
am
particular,
accustomed
Marin,
to
would
having
like
so
her.
many titles.
I'm sure many of you will be very interested in what she has to say. But it is good to know that Captain Lanark is still on our tail. Not good he's on our tail, but at least it is good to know. I very much appreciate that, Edwin. Edwine, you know that name. Captain Lanark was a Lieutenant Lanark a few years ago. when you were in the vicinity of Scotland, let's say.
Hmm.
He was a mercenary commander at the time,
Right.
and he had a reputation for being ruthless.
Okay, so I probably don't like him.
You put
And
his name
he's
in
gone
the
up in the
chat,
world.
too.
Like, is this the first I've heard of him since that time? So I'm like, I don't know what he's particularly.
Unless you would have particularly kept tabs on people, I don't think he would have known
not
anything
really.
since that
It's
time.
like he's not like a big name in the city or anything.
No.
Interesting. Yeah, I make a little mental note of that. I add that to the court board. That is Edwine's brain.
Okay. You may also boost your reputation with the red sashes then.
Nice.
I appreciate the offer. Thank you.
Yay, I moved it up.
Now, I will have a think about some more things you can do for us. Obviously, it depends on whether you want to get your hands dirty or not. There's a few things that require a bit more than transporting goods. Now, if you would wish to transport goods to somewhere and then sink that somewhere with said goods, I have a job for you. You did suggest you might be able to do something along those lines.
Potentially. Depends on the details.
Okay, well, without putting too fine a point on it, I want you to blow up and sink a barge. It does not have to blow up if you have another way, but it has to be sunk.
Well, what's the barge?
The Lampblacks have requisitioned additional arms and armaments. And I do not wish for them to get hold of such items. So if you would make sure these items never reach shore, it would be appreciated.
That sounds like our area of expertise, or closer to it, than stealing
These-
a painting.
Real quick, are these the same weapons that Ulf has now? I
I
presume those were weapons in those boxes.
you would not know.
Okay.
Well, I don't think
That'd be
Ulf
funny.
was directly supporting the Lampblacks. I mean, he might be, but
Yeah, you
It's
haven't
less-
asked him his political
No, I
inclinations one way or another.
it's fine. I don't care.
If he was, that would be awkward.
It would just be funny, yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, you could ask people about Ulf. You haven't asked anyone about him or asked
Make
him
sure-
about anyone else. So.
We can do that.
Make sure these things that you help smuggle off don't get smuggled. Well, oops.
It'd be hilarious. Hey, I recognize the
We
symbol on these
smuggled them-
boxes.
Yeah, we smuggle them away from Ulf back into the Blue Coats building.
What you do is you steal them. You sell them to the person who then tries to sell them to someone else. You steal it again.
Oh, it's the Morrowind trick.
Exactly.
Ah.
When my group were doing
Good
this,
times.
we basically did that. We played all sides and kept stealing stuff and selling it to the other side and then selling it back.
Yeah.
You've thrown in quickly, but it might well pay off. You seem to be doing well so far. With
We'll
that,
see.
we'll go to downtime, and I think after we go to downtime, we'll do a break, but we'll do the downtime real quick. So, your payoff, you got the coin. You earn 2 rep by default if the target is high. Except, if it was completely quiet and no one knows about it, you earn 0 rep.
It seems sort of weird when I guess we earn rep with the group separately than we are. It's
Yeah.
I just it's one of those things where the word is the same for
Yeah,
like
consider
your
rep more
with the
word of mouth
faction.
on the street.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
if you tell only the parties involved who are basically employing you, then they're going to keep it quiet and they won't give word of mouth on the seat. If other people know,
Yeah.
like, did you know these guys pulled off a bank heist last week and they're really good about it, but people
Yeah.
know, your heat's going to rise, but also word of mouth means you'll get more jobs and people will be like, oh, they're cool. I want
Yeah.
to join them.
And it's just interesting because the system uses the same word for rep
Yeah.
with a faction and rep that you earn.
Yeah, I think
And,
that
like,
might be like it's something that could definitely be improved, but yeah, it's
So,
harder to.
confusing for me.
So
So yes.
in this case,
we don't earn any heat.
You don't earn any heat, despite the fact it's a much more well-connected target. You don't earn any rep. You get your 2 coin. You've earned yourself an additional point of reputation with the Eruvians.
Nice.
Yep.
And do you pay the crime bosses? No one knows about this, so yeah.
No, fuck them.
Oh, yeah. Definitely
I
not.
guess that's what Papa's doing.
Yeah.
Now, in this case, if you don't pay them for enough things that they don't know about, they're still going to eventually get ticks on the clock just because they'll be like, we know you've been doing jobs. We don't know what they are, but you've definitely not been paying us. So at this point, because this is the second one, it will tick that clock.
It's the crows come and break into your lair and steal all your money clock.
Effectively, yes. Let me find where that clock is. Now,
What we have to do
goes, red sashes,
is-
no.
Yeah.
Have them collapse before that happens. Like, it seems like will
that
happen if we keep messing with them in the lampblacks.
Yeah, as long as you keep paying the ward boss, that clock does not tick up.
I can't find your ward boss clock. You haven't paid them earlier, but
I don't
do you
think
not
we
have
made a
one?
ward boss clock.
Yeah, I haven't
Okay.
heard mention of a clock before, so
Not paying.
The trick is that we need the red sashes to fall apart before they come after us. Like, that's what we're
You
racing
mean the crows,
against.
but yeah.
The crows,
Yeah, the crows. The red sashes have got to take out the crows before.
And the ward boss is, how many ticks is this clock? Do you know, Eric? It's something like,
No, it's whatever you want it to be.
I think it's something. It's like by the default, it's something connected to their tier or something. So in this case, because they're interested in other things.
Well, so like a difficult clock is 8 segments.
Yeah, I think because they're busy with other things right now, it's going to be 6. But this is because they have other things going on. Not paying the crows. You have 1 tick on that clock.
I don't know. I would argue that that should be filled in more because they need money because we robbed them.
True. And that
Why
might
are
come
you
round
doing
to-
this? Why are you like this, Eric? Why are you like
This is my last session with y'all. I don't care.
Turn it all fucking down.
I'm walking backwards into hell, y'all.
You're gonna be coming back, and you're gonna come back to whatever shit show you leave behind. Like,
That's fine.
Did you not know Eric actually works for the crows?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah, it's a 4-tick
I'm
clock then. Why not,
sashes.
Eric? Thank you for your advice.
Oh, he's a secret agent. No.
Okay, so yeah, not paying the crows is ticked. I believe, is there anything else in the downtime flow?
Just a coin.
Yeah, you got the coin. Everything else is good. That puts you into downtime. Decrease your heat by 1 because of your special ability.
done.
Literally, no one could give a shit about you in terms of law enforcement. Law enforcement,
Good.
like whatever.
So
I don't know
entanglement.
about them. I don't care.
Yeah, so I've seen them wandering about once or twice. Don't seem to do anything though. Never spotted them doing any crime.
I may have heard that name somewhere. I've got other things to do.
Yeah,
So
there are
one
definitely
time
rats
we
in the
inspected
canal.
the
Yeah.
one time we inspected their barge and they were totally legitimate. There was nothing wrong at all.
Yeah, like if like Edwine talks to like any of them who are in the drinking
Had their
establishments,
paperwork.
they're just
We
like,
had our paperwork.
I used to be a rat catcher like you. Then I took
All right, I'm
a
rolling our entanglements.
round to the knee.
2d6 take
Two.
the lowest. Nice.
Okay, 2. I believe that's the same again.
Yep. Get beat up. This is the life of being a criminal.
Entanglement. Where's the entanglement? Here we go. Let me just double
Forfeit
check.
rep equal to our tier +1, so we have to forfeit 1 rep.
No.
We need to stop doing quiet jobs, y'all.
Yeah.
Gang trouble. It's got to be gang trouble, really. I haven't got a chance to set a ghost on you yet, and I don't want to set a ghost on you too much.
That's on Quiet Dead. We didn't roll that yet.
Oh, sorry, did I get the wrong one? Gang trouble's
Gang
usual
trouble-
suspects. Oh, sorry, yeah, gang trouble, usual suspects. Wrong one. Usual suspects. Someone grabs your vice purveyor or gang trouble.
Gang trouble is one of your gangs or their cohorts causes trouble due
Oh
to their
yeah,
flaws.
yeah. Technically, I could pick your cohort causes trouble, and I could pick your boat. Like it breaks down in the wrong place or something. What's the flaw in your boat again? Oh, only Edwine can fix it. That's
Finicky.
hard. That's
Yeah.
hard to do.
You can lose. Yeah, that we lose rep. Yeah, that means we lose crew rep.
Yeah, I think we'll just go with the usual
Um,
suspects for now. Like it could be your bird gets in trouble. but
Bird
This is
jail.
this is a no fishing, ma'am.
it's
Ma'am, this is a
literally-
no fish
Zone.
dropping zone. This is a
Literally
no fish dropping
jailbirds.
zone, ma'am. Ma'am, I'm gonna need you to move your bird, ma'am.
Dropped a fish
little
on the wrong
jailbird.
man.
Can he have a little jailbird outfit? Little striped jailbird outfit.
Or one of us just gets grabbed and gets beat up.
make an example
cops.
of your gang members. You have to make an example of your bird. Be like, I'm sorry. No, it's gonna be usual suspects. They grab someone on the periphery of your crew. One player volunteers a friend or vice purveyor as the person most likely to be taken. Who would like to volunteer a friend or vice purveyor?
We wanna
Hey,
mine?
it's your last session. Who's your vice purveyor?
Oh.
Samira.
It's my troop.
Cool.
Oh.
I'm voluntolding
I
you.
would probably say that don't pick
You gave us a
Samira
smaller
just
clock.
because- Don't pick Samira just because she's new to your gang, so she's not as well connected. If Eric would come back, I'd say that probably like 3 or 4 episodes in, definitely connect enough that they would target Zamira, but right now, targeting Zamira is more targeting the Ruvians than you.
Fine.
So what
Um,
happens if
You
I'm gonna
roll to
pay
see
him
if they
off.
give you up,
Nominated.
basically.
Yeah, we can.
I mean,
Roll.
I
Okay.
think Edwin's made this roll last session. Papa's made the roll already. Marin and Ruby haven't, so just for information, if you want to repeat it though, that's fine, Edwine, but if you want.
Yeah, I was just thinking. I'm trying to think of how mine.
Oh, easily. Like, someone hears that you might have been involved in something, or another gang you pissed off, or the Foghounds, and they just roll on your gang, your vice purveyor, and like, tell us where she is. Is she coming here recently? Like, come on. Like, they could. It's a very basic question. It doesn't be related to like literally today's session. Could be just related to your gang
Oh, yeah.
or your relationships.
Yeah. Chat brings up a good. Is the doc person?
Yeah, it could be Ellen.
Oh no, Ellen.
I
That
think we
makes
pay
some
the
sense.
coin.
Remember,
With
there's
it-
the missing cargo and stuff. This makes actually perfect
It
sense.
actually
It's like
does.
fall
Yeah.
slowly.
Yeah,
going
that
back
makes
to
more
us.
sense. I was just trying to make sense of mine because I'm like, I'm cool with mine being
Yeah.
it, but I'm like, it doesn't really make
Yeah.
sense.
I think Ellen, which is our crew, and I feel like we should pay that off.
Yeah.
Or it's our body guy.
Hmm. Yeah, I was thinking of volunteering Eckert. He's like, yeah, I've been doing too much business with him.
I knew my business was doing so well. I knew it. I knew it.
Yeah, if you want to make it
Doesn't he have like a crush on my character?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
100.
yeah, he does.
Yeah. 100%.
have I written it down in my notes? I need
We'll,
to make sure I
we'll
write
go
it
with
down.
we'll go with Ellen because
Let's
it
do
makes a
this.
lot of sense with the dogs.
Yeah,
We
I
did
think
a
it
lot
makes
of stuff
sense
with
for
the
Ellen,
dogs.
and we pay it off.
Oh, I have
It's one
crush on
coin.
Ruby.
It's
yeah,
one coin.
Yeah, one coin.
So
so
we
the blue
smooth it
coats
over.
grab Ellen in, and the word gets around that Ellen's definitely not made back to any of her like shifts for the last couple of days. The blue coats have made it quite well known. They've taken her in, and simply done. You go, you trade a coin, you make sure a few palms are greased, and Ellen is very grateful and let go.
Yep.
No question to ask, no harm is done. The blue coats tip their hats, call it a day, and just leave. Very professional. You pay them off, they're happy. This is a business deal. It isn't a bribe for them. Probably the same for you, knowing how professional you've been on the street. With that, you got your downtime. We're going to go to a break. Feel free to think about your downtime during the break, and when we get back, we'll do the downtime and then possibly another score. Wow, this is so the opposite of Shatter, and it's great. Right. Thank you very much for watching. We'll be back in a few minutes. Enjoy some fun during the break, and we will be back with you in about 8. Hello and welcome back to Doskvol, where the group are not thinking of doing anything particularly dodgy or dangerous whatsoever. Right! Downtime actions! I'm assuming that Edwine would like to declare something?
Yeah, so just by default with my new ability analyst, I add 2 wedges to a clock. I'm going to add them to the Finding Roric's Ghost clock, which completes the clock.
Okay. Very well. I will tell you when we finished every other downtime action all about Rorik's Ghost and where you find it. You won't be there, but you'll have located it to a certain area. Right, anyone else? Downtime actions.
Indulging my vice.
Okay.
Do it.
But I'm
Let's get
indulging
risky up
with my friend Darmit. So we're going back to doing some acrobatics.
Go for it.
Because I'm consulting with a friend, I get +1 die.
Is that a spider ability?
No, isn't that always when you do something with a contact, you get +1 die?
No?
I don't believe so. Indulging
Yeah?
vice.
Where is
Indulging
it?
Vice. It might be I've completely missed that, but I didn't think I had. 156.
It doesn't mention it in
with-
like the
It's with
summary
contacts. When you use a contact, you get +1 die, right? Isn't that like when you gather info? But it's true. It's true for all of them.
Your contacts. Let me have a
No?
look. Contact.
I maybe okay. I definitely saw it in a game of Blades the other day, and maybe they were playing wrong.
Let me have a look. Contact. 99. 99. No, doesn't say anything about getting bonus dice from a contact. I could be wrong, but I haven't seen it.
The only
so...
time I think you get a bonus die from a contact that I know of is the engagement roll.
If you've got someone that might be applicable, but that's not even a person, that's just any
if
information.
you can use a contact to help you, you can get a +1 die to your engagement roll, but I don't remember anything in the book where you get one for like indulging your
Okay.
vice.
All right, then just regular 0 dice then.
Okay. 2.
2.
Which is probably good, because if you roll that 6...
So I think we're going after a ghost. So I'm also going to indulge my vice, and it's
Okay.
fine. You know what? I'm probably will overindulge, but whatever. It's cool. Yep.
Oh, joy. Okay, so the options that we can have...
But I have no
are-
stress now. I feel really good.
Okay, so the options we can have... Let me just change my microphone over for you. Are +2 heat, you go AWOL, or you get cut off by your vice purveyor.
I think it makes sense for +2 heat, and this is my reasoning for that, not just because we have very low heat. Marin her vice is all about the Leviathans and the water and going out there. So I think she does a really dumb thing, and she sneaks onto the Leviathan hunter's ship at one point and starts looking, she touches the harpoon and she's like, what is this? Is this Leviathan blood? And she just pisses them off. Or she gets
Possible,
caught doing it.
But heat is normally more related to law enforcement. Can I pitch you another possibility?
So it's you brag about your exploits.
True. Can I pitch you another possibility?
Sure.
Maybe
lose
you
my
push
vice
your
purveyor?
vice purveyor a bit too hard because of all the information you've just been given, and you just get a little
Yeah.
bit too pushy with them. And they cut you off because you're already pushing the boat out a bit by asking them to go to the edge of the lightning barrier, and you're sitting there kind of being a bit weird. Maybe this time you're asking them to go a bit further. Maybe you ask them to go past the lightning barrier. Maybe you demand things that they're just a bit too weirded out by. I'm totally
Yeah,
okay with the
that's
+2 heat if you want, but I think it might be cool RP to have you having to find a new vice purveyor.
I'm on board with that. That works for
Okay.
me.
EE.
Sure.
I know we just ruled the thing, but it's on page 153.
Yeah, I'm just looking it up now. +1 to the roll if a friend or any
That's fine,
downtime
not
activity
to-
take a friend or can helps you after the roll. You may spend coin.
This is true for
Oh.
everybody. Everyone.
So you could take
This-
someone
any
with you.
downtime activity. If you take someone, if you have a friend or a contact help you get 1 additional die.
Is there a downside?
Yeah, I need to think what the downside would be to that, because there needs to be a downside to what you're doing with your friend. Obviously, for some projects, that can be they have to be applicable. When it's any friend can be helping you with any de-stress. It's trying to think how.
Yeah,
that
I think
would...
it still has to it still have to make
Yeah.
sense for like I
Yeah.
can't just drag anyone along, and like I can't use any old contact to help me indulge my device. Like I don't have
Yeah.
any contacts that are relevant to that, and I don't think Marin takes anyone in the group with her.
I would say it might
Yeah,
be something
so
like if you overindulge and you have a contact with you, then you're going to burn that contact badly. But
I feel like it's whatever consequences are just potential. If there are
Yeah.
consequences, they're potentially applied to you. But
Yeah. that makes sense. Okay.
Well, it was like that thing with Edwin when I was like, or Edwin when I was like, oh, could I help with that? Because like it was something that like
Yeah.
made sense for my character to help with, right?
Yeah, if a friend or contact helps you after the roll, you may spend coin. Yeah. Cool. So, Marin, if
yeah,
you're okay
Marin
with
wouldn't
it,
have anyone to take with her, so
yeah, if you're okay with it, you get cut off by your vice purveyor.
yes, I'm
Okay.
fine with that.
Please remove your vice purveyor. Give yourself a 4-tick clock of find a new vice purveyor.
She's mad. She comes back and like she's not stressed out, but she's visibly angry.
And Marin doesn't show emotion, so when she comes in, this is a little bit shocking for everyone.
Marin looks mad.
Mumbling to herself.
If Marin looks mad, I will probably make an effort to chat with her.
Okay.
Angrily petting her bird.
Or you want to star it?
Oh, if you want to.
I don't know, because if he was wanting that or not.
If you want to RP it, that is down to you.
We don't have to. We can.
Would you like to? You don't have to. Of course you don't have to.
Marin
It's
is
your choice,
angrily
your
petting
place.
Naden and like feeding it bloody pieces of meat.
Marin,
Yeah, I guess-
every time Naden takes a bite, you feel this nice, warm, filling sensation of, you know, you've just had a good bite
good.
to eat. Hmm.
Yeah.
Are you all right?
I'm fine. Everything's fine.
That's what everyone says, but they don't really actually mean it.
Well, I'm not everyone.
I mean, you kind of are.
It's like does the angry thing for a second. I asked them
What
to
happened?
go out past the lightning barrier and they said no.
Who did you ask?
Kara,
You
your
went.
ship owner.
You went back to their ship.
No,
You know-
not the lady. Someone who I've been paying a few slugs to take me out to the edge of the water.
Why would you do that?
I hear them there. They're louder.
Who?
I don't know. But I hear them.
What?
They're trying to tell me something. I think they know where the gale is.
But you don't know what they're saying.
matter
They're
now.
just saying things to you.
It's not always words. Sometimes it's almost a song, but a discordant melody.
You know, there's like weird spirits out there and stuff.
Yes. But it doesn't matter now. They said no, and I will have to find someone else to take me out to the water. Our ship can't make it out there. Besides, no one can pilot it except Edwine. I don't know what he did to it, but it doesn't sail like any other ship I've ever been on.
I don't normally do the driving part of things, so
Hear a muffled
Like,
yell
place the
from,
rudder
from the
with the-
workshop.
With a flipper. I don't even know. I don't know what it is. It flops around. It's like a tentacle or something now.
From like the closed door of the workshop, you just hear a muffled, "It's efficient!"
It's not like I can take the Argle Bargel out.
The Argle Barge, right? It's God damn it.
Yeah, the Argle Barge. It's not like I can take the Argle out.
I'm sure we can figure out something. Or you'll find another way. You always do.
It's not the first time. It's like that time you got kicked out of the gambling den.
I don't like to talk about that.
Or that other time.
No. Those times did not exist.
Exactly. She like lets Naden go, and then you realize there's just like deep cuts like in her coat. She definitely does not. She like never wears a glove, like a falconer's glove. She just lets Naden like sit on her arm.
Maybe I can talk to your friend, see if I can convince them to continue taking you out.
I'll apologize. Tell them I'm sorry.
Sometimes a little apology is all that's needed. You know? No hurt feelings, everyone moves on. Look,
Thank you, Ruby.
I'm back in the gambling den. I think we can get you back on that boat. So you can listen to your weird song things. Maybe they'll tell you something.
I hope so. Thank you.
I hate seeing you like this. This is very weird. I mean, weirder than normal weird.
Yes, it is.
I think that's end of
Okay.
scene.
Good scene.
Thank you. The Argle barge. The Argle. It sounds. If you say the Argle, it sounds fine. Like it sounds
Yeah.
like a weird word. You're like,
You
yes,
say the Argle barge, it's fine.
Yeah.
If you say the Argle bargel,
Bargel.
then it's
Yeah, that sounds weird. Whereas it's the Argle Barge is totally cool.
Yeah.
There's actually a place in town that's called the Argyle Bar and Grill, and I can't think of it
It's
without thinking of it as the Argyle Bar Grill.
oh my gosh.
Arkle Bar and Grill. So it's the.
We
Arkle-
should have
Argle Bargle
gone
Grill.
there.
We considered doing the roll for a con there. We checked
We
into
did,
Oh
it.
my gosh, that's funny.
Yeah, so
That was
tempted.
not on the list they gave to me, you guys.
It was on the preliminary list, and then it got cut for a reason I can't
Oh,
remember.
okay.
The only reason it was on the list is because it was.
Yeah,
we
the
could
name.
call it the Argle Bargle Grill.
Yeah.
They might have been a little bit annoyed unless we called it that, but yeah, we did done it. Anyway, Marion, that's one of your downtime actions.
Other one I'll train.
How long you
So
trying?
I'm gonna train prowess. I actually haven't decided, so I'm gonna take a minute to decide what I put this dot in.
Sure.
I feel like prowl is helpful because we do a lot of sneaking as a group. But finesse might come up, as might skirmish.
I have 2 in finesse. Finesse.
Okay, finesse is
True.
probably less helpful.
Finesse is less likely to come up as a group action and more like a you should do a finesse thing. Whereas skirmish is often a thing where you all get told, oh, you're getting attacked. And you're like, I need a skirmish. Prowl,
Yeah.
very good if you're just really good at it. You could totally go that route and just be like, I'm going to specialize really heavily.
And it helps carry us.
Yeah, that's my thinking. Is like it's the carry thing, but I think I'm gonna put a point in skirmish because I have a feeling we're gonna get in a fight.
It's not a bad idea.
The thing is, if you never roll skirmish, good job. But when you need to roll it, you need to roll it. So
Yeah, finesse mostly helps me with the main advantage I get is it helps me with resistance rolls
okay.
because it'd give me a point there in that category. Okay, camera. All right, Kim. So I feel like this time, Marin like walks up to Zamira and just like whatever the equivalent of like cracking her knuckles, like takes off her coat and just like without really
Oh.
saying anything, and they
happening?
they spar.
It's like, what?
Fisticuffs. Okay, I love it. Right. Who else would like to do downtime actions?
I would love to help work on finding a gift for Edwine, and I would love it if Ruby helped me.
Ooh. You're going to ask Ruby for help? This is going to be great
Yeah,
if you
I'm
let
trying to consort
Ruby
with
in
you.
on...
Yeah.
I'd probably say that
Honest.
to
I will-
help,
I will.
you would need to give an additional. You'd need to give a downtime action, kind of like because you need to spend your time helping, because there's no consequence to this roll.
Well,
other than
Oh no, I don't.
success,
Okay,
right?
I don't
It's the
need you to
equivalent.
mechanically help me. I just wanted
Okay,
to ask
sure.
you, right?
In which case, yeah, if it's totally
You're
just,
just the
RP
vector
help,
of-
great, go for it.
Yeah, right. So I'm looking over. So yeah, so I probably have like a book or like a small like preliminary list of things, and they're all just like pretty vague. Various plants, some new vials and weights and measures, and I think maybe you see me working on it, and I realize you might be the perfect person to ask, Ruby. And I say, Ruby, listen, I could really use your help.
All right. What kind of help you need? If it's talking to someone and getting them to do something for you, I got you.
Yeah, something like that.
All right.
Listen, it's for Edwin. I'm thinking about getting them a token of appreciation.
What do you mean? Like, did he do something for you that you like feel you need to give him something back? What do you do?
No,
Did he give you one of
it's-
those weird potions? Sometimes he gives me potions to try out, and one of them gave me the weirdest cramps.
No, I'm sorry. It's nothing like that. It's more affectionate than that.
You've got a crush on our Edwine?
I do not. I would not say a crush.
I mean, that's what it is.
I stammer.
Oh,
It's not.
I'll help
It's-
you out. What you need?
Listen.
What is it that you got going on here? I kind of snatched the list from her, and I'm gonna read over it. What does it say?
I mean, yeah, it's got several different rare plants and things that kind of grow mostly around. Probably, I think there's a couple that I can get in Tingletown. Like I have listed a couple people purveyors of them, but they're mostly like kind of plants that need sunlight. That are
okay.
hard to come by. I think a couple, maybe a couple like more like herbal or like medicinal type things, like stuff that would be kind of rare that are thoughtful gifts to
Okay.
get somebody.
So I guess like Ruby will probably just start like marking on your paper things that she thinks he would like or not like.
Yeah. So I'm consorting
And-
with you.
Yeah. I like it.
All right, I got a 6. There you go.
Jeez.
3 ticks to that clock.
Awesome. You know what? I'm
How
just gonna
far
do
away?
it because I can.
How
I'm
far
gonna spend
away?
that coin as I go get it, and I'm finish the clock.
Nice.
Okay, that was a 6-tick clock.
Yep. I had 2 last time. That was 3, and I'm spending 1 for technically from 3 to 5 ticks, so it just clears up. Anyways,
Okay.
Love it.
beautiful.
Do you have anything in specific you would like this to be, or do you want it to be effectively unnamed arcane pseudo implements that will help with something that everyone wants to do later?
Yeah, I mean, we established that this project clock would get me a gift that Edwine would really appreciate. So how about we just ask you, Edwine Bentham, like, what do you think Edwine would actually truly appreciate here? What would be the thing that you need just in time? That is something very thoughtful.
It would be like probably some kind of like key fancy piece of equipment that's like really rare or something, or like an ingredient for something that's like really versatile and you can't find here, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Maybe using like
yeah.
red sash connections to find like some unusual rare plant or like mineral that's not found in the area.
I mean, what would you, if you want something that's like an ingredient for something, what would you want that something to be? Would you want it to be a technological thing, an arcane thing? Is there something you have in mind?
I described it earlier. There's some sort of like mineral or crystal that I think you can like grind into whatever you need, or like if you just embed that sort of like spiritual, kind of like a spirit bane charm, but a little bit more generic.
Yeah.
Where you know, it could be turned into a spirit bane charm, but like there's some sort of like resonant crystal.
Effectively, something
That's
that would help
useful.
with anything in the vicinity of like Sparkcraft, like that area.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right. Like if you put a charge
Yeah, that'll
through it,
work.
it's useful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're hard to come by. I'll get
Okay.
you a nice one.
Edwine, mark down that you have a Sparkcraft crystal. We'll call it for now. If you wish to then use that on a project that relates to Sparkcraft, you'd get a load of ticks instantly filled.
Mechanically, do you think I've done enough to make Edwine a shady friend on my character sheet?
He's part of your gang, so he wouldn't be counted as a shady friend, sadly.
Is he though?
Is he shady?
All right, fine.
Aren't we all kind of shady?
We're pretty shady.
Yeah, pretty.
No.
But can there be
Shady
shade
or
if
shady?
there is no sun?
All right, fair
Okay.
enough.
Any other downtime activities?
I mean, I still have some.
Okay, let's do Ruby's then.
I'm debating if I want to do stress because I only have 4. If we're gonna do the ghost thing, I probably need to risk it for the biscuit, huh?
Ooh. Risking it is
But-
fun.
Normally I would not. So I'm gonna do that, and then I'll probably train. Is I think gonna be the smartest things to do. So here we go. Ooh, 4, perfect.
Exactly what you needed.
Exactly what I needed. And
You
then
come
I'm gonna
back
put.
from a very fulfilling night of dice.
Hell yeah, Spogs. I feel good. Like my friend has an admirer. I helped pick out a good gift. I'm winning some coin.
Ruby
At
is a very
Spogs.
popular girl.
And then I'm gonna train some more in Resolve.
Okay, you train in Resolve. Add an extra tick to your Resolve. Edwine, what would you like to do?
I'm going to try indulging vice. I got 4 stress, so here we go. Nuts. That's a 5.
No. Well, you clear all your stress,
True.
but you overindulge.
Edwine. When you overindulge, it could well be that you got AWOL for a while. But considering you've got a big project you've been working on for a while, I won't AWOL you right now because it'd be kind of fun to have Edwine there for the culmination of his big plan. In future, what I will probably do is I will give you some extra character sheets so you can make a backup character, and when this sort of thing happens, we can be prepared. I think in this case, would it make sense for you to have bragged about some of the things you've done and created and get a bit of heat?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, he may be like I mean, he drinks a bit too much. His tongue gets a bit too loose. He starts talking about things he shouldn't be talking about, and all these fancy experiments he's been doing. I imagine most people like think that he's just this random guy who comes in and raves about conspiracy theories, and then every now and then there's someone who's like, "I'm actually gonna listen to what he's saying." Oh, if that's actually happening.
Remember, you live in a world where ghosts are real. Many people just see them on a yearly basis and are freaked the fuck out. Where you're protected by a lightning barrier from the untamed beyonds. When you say stuff, some people are definitely going to be like, "Yeah, that's probably what he did," like literally. So you go drinking, you get a little bit too drunk, and you say a few of these things, and you're like, "Nah, no one will believe me. This is going to be funny," and everyone around you is actually like, "Oh God." And you do take that extra 2 heat. Mark it on your character sheet for the faction. Group.
Oop, it's fine. We'll clear that soon enough. Probably, okay. Right?
Probably knowing you guys. What would you like to do for other downtime?
I think I want to try and work on studying the gate a bit more. It's been a while since I worked on that.
Okay.
So, I mean, this will be a study, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's not quite a tinker yet. It will be tinker once I'm trying to recreate the gate's effects after I've worked out what the gate is in the first place. We'll go with that.
Or possibly a tune, depending on how the gate works and how you
implement
it.
Oh, 1.
Yeah, you get 1 tick.
Every little helps.
Yeah, unfortunately, like you have a pounding headache. You remember what you said the day before, and you're like, "Oh no, I can't believe I said that. Oh, I said that as well."
And I've been so busy working on the ghost hunting recently that I'm like, now I've got to change gears in my brain again back to arcane sigils on gates at the edge of the city.
Yep.
And how that works.
You basically have writer's block, but with science.
Yeah, I've spent all this time detecting ghosts. Now I'm trying to block ghosts. Complete shit.
Oh dear. So, do you want to know about Rock's ghost?
Yeah.
But do we want to play out getting the gift?
Oh, sure. So, Edwine, you've got a bit of a headache. You drank a lot last night. You're feeling a bit crappy about the fact that, oh God, you can't believe you said some of those things. You're not making anywhere on the research in Zamira. Edwine's feeling down.
I'll enter the doors of the workshop. Oh, hello, Zamira. Yes, come in. I'm working on. Well, and I point, and there's a rune on a badly drawn on a stone, and there's a mini Tesla coil next to it. I'm poking it with stuff and messing with voltages, and then I electrocute myself. And I'm damn it again. I'm having trouble with this one.
Yeah, well, it seems like you are having a lot of trouble. And I thought maybe this could help. And from behind me, I pull this little resonating crystal. It's like a tourmaline.
He stares at it, and then he brings down the fancier goggles and goes full magnification. Isn't it? Where'd you get that? And they carefully take it off you.
The lady doesn't
Where
kiss
did
and tell.
You can't find this kind of stuff. Is this the Red Sashes thing? Do you just have this lying around?
Yeah, well. Again, I don't kiss and tell.
Is this just for me?
Of course, it's for you.
I can. Oh, right. That's fantastic. This will help my research so much. Thank you.
The canal rats have been so friendly to me, and I thought I could reciprocate, and especially you. I've been feeling more at home here because of you.
Well, I'm glad to have made this work. Yes,
I feel. I don't think you need an instrument to tell you that I feel like there's a connection between us. Like, I'm not great at this, all right? So are we going to kiss or what?
Is that in character?
Yes!
Oh. Oh, right.
Cool, well, I'm going to go now.
I didn't. This is. Hold on. I don't.
Thank God I can go invisible.
This is new to me. I'm not the. Numbers, science. What?
I kiss you on the mouth. Right on the mouth. Mouth to mouth.
It's dry. There's a taste of stale beer, but it's Edwine's mouth.
Perfect. Bye. And then I leave. Yep.
I look at the crystal. That's new. He blinks behind his goggles.
That's good. I'm gone. Yeah. It's just good.
Perfect.
He opens the doors to the workshop and Samir's not there, and he's like, work. Let's do some work. That'll make this make sense. Yes. Starts poking the crystal.
Okay.
Gonna avoid you from now on.
So the ghost.
So, Edwin, after a while, a lot of it was looking around, sensing where this ghost could be, but also just word of mouth. Those 2 ticks you got were probably the fact that you started checking newspapers where weird events have been happening, and then cross-referencing, and you've been just having this updated consistently as you used more data to fill in your information. And eventually you figured out that several people say they had seen Roric all around the vicinity of Devil's Furnace, which is a section of Crowsfoot. I'll pull up the map now for everyone.
Yeah, that's where that one shady place was that we were at.
I think that's where Ulrich is based.
Yeah.
Oh, not Ulrich, Ulfeinborn.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah. Specifically up near some of the piers towards the top end of it.
Okay. Yeah, I guess shortly after that, he's working on one of his machines that goes ding, and then it goes ding, but it's a particular important ding that means that they found the ghost. And so he goes rushing out of the workshop. It's like, I found it. I know where he is.
You found the ghost.
Yeah, I found Roric. He's somewhere in the vicinity of Devil's Furnace. This is enough information that I could track him down.
All right, well,
We could find him and then catch him, ask him questions. I don't know.
see what we can do.
Is there do we have a means to contain a ghost?
I do.
something we could work on? Okay, so we
Spirit
can
bottles.
right.
Yeah.
Right. So okay, so
And I
Ruby
have
has
a
some.
hook.
I have electroplasmic ammunition, so if things go really bad,
I have a lightning hook
Yeah.
too.
So, just so you're aware, electroplasmic ammunition does some damage to ghosts. Normally, it's some. It's better than zero effect, which is normal bullets. Lightning
it
hooks,
basically has
you
potency.
can just grab and just pull the ghost in, and that's what you use to try and shove them in bottles. You also do have, obviously, everyone in the wrong images. I've just realized I didn't do the map screen today, but you also do have a whisper who can compel ghosts.
Yeah, I this isn't sort of my area of expertise, the actual interacting part of ghosts. Finding them.
I've been doing some things, practicing some stuff. We'll see if it works. Always kind of had a weird, well, I can sometimes talk to them and things, like I calmed that box down.
Yes, you seem to have some kind of affinity that might be useful. Yes, if let's find him, and then once we found him, we'll maybe try and speak with him, or maybe we'll just try and catch him if we can. And we just need to get him in a position where he can't slip away, and then we can find out what he knows and find out who killed him. I bet it was Lysa, but we need to find out. But I bet it was Lysa.
I like betting. What we betting?
I don't know if I want to put money on it, but it was totally Lysa.
Gotta have a risk, man. If we're gonna put a bet down, gotta put it down.
If you want to make some money, then we'll find out what he knows and then just sell it to whoever wants to know that. Sure.
That's not the fun of it. The fun of it is coming up with the. It's fine.
Edwin does
Little
not understand
gambling.
betting. This is great.
Yeah.
He's a fan of sure things. He's like, do thing, receive money.
All right, we're
It's
gonna
like,
go.
Let's find him. Let's find out what he knows. Also,
gonna
does
go-
anyone see Zamira?
I saw her a bit ago. She's doing some shopping the last time I talked to her.
I suppose she'll turn up.
Technically, that Sparkcraft gem might act as a spirit bottle if you wanted to try using it like that. Just
Oh.
FYI.
I totally have it then. Or do I? We'll find out when we determine our load.
All right, that's our plan.
we're doing it. We're going after the ghost.
We're gonna go after the ghost,
Okay.
unless someone has objections to it.
No, let's do it. I am taking a normal load.
I'll take a norm.
Going after ghosts is really spooky. Hope we got everything.
Actually, I might take a heavy load because,
Bring a Spirit Bane charm for starters.
yeah.
Yeah, so just so you're all aware,
Yeah.
ghosts are a big deal. People run from them by default or freeze. Cannot act. People are scared of ghosts. Ghosts are fucking scary. Just so you're aware, just so you know, going into this. Right, choose your loads. What would your approach like to be?
I'm gonna just take a heavy load. You know what? We're going after a ghost. It's not like after another gang. I feel like this is different.
Guess stealth isn't vital, so yeah, probably heavy. Though also, I feel like there's not much I can actually do in this situation. The only thing vaguely related to ghosts I have is arcane implements.
I have lots. This is my forte.
Yeah, this is the part where I'm like, this is where he is. Now you do the things while I stand here and try not to crap myself because it's a ghost.
Yes, I'll
find the
take
ghost
I'll take
sound.
normal. Because even with the rifle and the ammunition, Spirit Bane charm doesn't count towards load.
Yeah, I think I should be fine with just normal.
Yeah, I don't have. Yep. Okay. So the goal is to get Rorik's spirit into that crystal.
Or
Or
Into
no,
the
one
crystal?
of your bottles.
into one of my bottles.
Yeah. Okay.
I would go for the bottle first because we.
Yeah,
need
I
it.
think trying the bottle first
The
is a
bottles,
better idea.
if you put if the ghost goes in the bottle, will stay in the bottle. Spirit Rain Crystal, I'm like, it could work as one in a pinch. Just it's more an ingredient for something. If you wanted to make it into a interesting type of spirit bottle, you could totally do that.
Okay, we'll go with the bottle then, and then if there's anything else we want to do with it later, we can.
Also, does this voice sound weird enough to be a ghost?
It's
Sure.
demonic.
Cool.
Yeah, it
I'll
sounds
do-
more demon than ghosty. But,
okay. What about this?
Oh.
That
You're just on the
ghost?
highway.
yeah, it just sounds like you're out on the highway. Yeah, it's
Okay.
weird.
Am I a ghost now?
Nope.
No,
Am I a
Like a
ghost
little
now?
no.
That's
Nope,
the first one was
closer.
better.
I'm gonna go with the first
Yeah.
one. Did expect you to finish this one today, but I forgot about Edwin's ability. Okay. What is your approach? You're all heavy. Someone wasn't heavy. Who's not heavy?
I'm normal.
You're normal.
I'll just go with normal actually.
normal.
'cause,
Zamira?
like I said,
Normal.
there's Nothing.
Normal.
I'll
okay.
also go normal.
Okay, you're all normal. Yeah, given an extent of normal. What's your approach?
I mean, if he knows the kind of vicinity of it, we'll go there and then, I guess, find a secure place that you know, people don't see us in, and then I'll probably try to do like a little compel ritual type of thing.
Like find like an abandoned like back of a butcher shop or somewhere that hasn't been used in a while and big enough to have a bit of a back and
Oh,
forth.
we need your place.
Or if
okay.
there's like a canal area where we can like sit on our ship and do it, then that would work too in that area. But
Yes. I'm not saying that it wouldn't work. What I'm saying though is that we have nowhere to run in that scenario.
Yeah, you literally
That's
jump
true.
off the ship.
That's true.
Yeah, I think
I'm
we
thinking
go
of
on
escape-
it.
I'm thinking of
Fine.
escape routes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When this
Okay.
undoubtedly goes wrong.
Sure. You find a back of what appears to be a disused butcher shop. Large metal hooks hanging from the ceiling, big chain gantries above you. It's not huge because, this is still a pretty small area, and Devil's Furnace is pretty grotty and run down, but it will suffice for your needs. With that, because you found out relatively quick about Rorik's ghost, you will get a +1 dice to this engagement roll. So you will have a 2-dice engagement roll.
Who wants to do engagement roll?
I did the
Go for
last
it.
one.
I think this is going to be like Edwin or Ruby. Ruby's the specialist in this.
I've
Edwin's
already
been doing
been.
this
I'm
thing.
going to be doing other roles. That's why I'm like, if someone else wants
Do
to
it,
take
Edwine.
Edwin,
Yep,
it was
I got
a
it.
project you filled most of those ticks in.
It's true.
6.
6.
Six.
Nice.
Ooh,
Okay,
nice.
Nailed it.
It
is
always stresses me out
controlled.
because it pauses, and I'm like, what are the numbers?
The box appears with no numbers in it, and you
Yeah.
just wait.
I'm like, oh god.
So it's controlled. So there is no issue really before you start doing your compelling in this case. So, Ruby, how would you like to proceed?
Ruby kind of sits down, and she like pulls out a pouch and like opens up some. You see like some things that she pulls out, and she has like a bottle, and she has like this weird hook that like when she like hits a button on it, it like has electricity that comes out of it.
So is it a fine lightning hook?
Yes.
Yeah, so your one is also telescopic, so it's actually a little bit smaller. So your one, like, you extend
Oh, and then
it,
I
it goes
like
click,
pull
click,
it out.
click,
Yeah.
and then at the end. It looks pretty badass.
Yeah, and you see her pull out a couple other bits and bobs of things, and she just kind of looks at you all and is like, I normally see people get, pretty frightened by this stuff, so just prepare yourselves. You might want to bring an extra pair of pants. Literally.
Flashback to putting on an extra pair of pants.
Flashback to Zamira watching that.
We have established Zamira is a creepy stalker.
Mm-hmm.
But in a cute way.
and I am going to use
She's so
my
cute.
special ability, which is compel. You can attune to the ghost field to force a nearby ghost to appear and obey a command you give it. You are not supernaturally terrified by a ghost you summon or compel, though your allies may be. So we'll just see if everyone else is afraid. But what you kind of see her do is she like sits there for a moment and she's like waving her hand in like these weird motions. And then all of a sudden you see her like pause and like it's almost like her body jolts back and her eyes like roll back. And I think like maybe the room even kind of has like this weird sway to it. Like it's going, like it feels like she's going into another field of existence.
Yeah.
And now she can kind of see these like ghostly apparitions. And from Mercy's perspective, she is kind of searching specifically for this one person or this one spirit.
And you eventually feel the energy which seems to respond to what you're calling out, Roric. And this one energy seems to vibrate, seems to almost resonate with that name, and you begin to tug on it. And would you like to roll a tune?
Yeah, I hold out my like, so from your guys' perspective, you just see her like jolt, and then like you see her holding out like this, the hook, and then you just see it like spark. But on her end, it looks completely different. Yeah, we'll see how the attune works.
So, before you roll a tune, bear in mind that you have a few things on your load that might be able to help. Do you want to use any of those?
Yeah, I definitely want to use the lightning hook to grab that spirit.
So
And
for
this-
now, you won't need to grab the spirit, you just need to get them to appear. The lightning hook's more like you grab them once they appear. But good to have prepared if you want to use it at that point. There are a few things that might help with having a potency against spirits. I think you have a spirit mask, right?
Yes, I have a spirit mask.
Yeah, that would give you potency against spirits, so it would help in this regard.
Yes, a fine spirit mask. Okay, I will use that.
Okay.
And then I'm also going to push myself.
For an extra dice?
Yes.
Sure.
And
So
I don't think anyone else can help.
with the spirit mask as well,
know how.
this will probably be desperate because you're asking a ghost to appear.
Okay.
And if it goes wrong, like, it's a ghost, it will go wrong. But the position would normally be limited, but at this point, standard position, because you've got a spirit mask and you're doing this as a whisper. This is maybe the first time compelling a dangerous ghost, but you're up to standard already because of that spirit mask if you take it. So standard desperate, and if you make this roll as a desperate, you gain an XP.
Ooh, okay.
Anytime you roll desperate, you add an XP to the track for the attribute that you are rolling desperate with.
And then I get one bonus dice, right?
For pushing yourself, yeah.
Yeah. The mask doesn't give me anything.
No, that gives you potency, so it takes up from limited to standard effect.
All right, here we go. 6.
6. Exactly what you wanted. So with that, all of you stare around as Ruby compels Roric to appear. There's also a command. Did you want to give it a particular command or just appear?
I think that can it appear first and then I will give it a command?
I think the command is the one you are getting it to appear to do. Like, you have to summon it for a task. So this is the command. You can totally give it a task of, come to me and stay here while, you know, whatever. Like, you can give it a task to just stay here. So if
Can
you
I
wish
have
to do
it-
that.
Is it? Can the command be like answer my questions? Is that too much? Is
Get in
that
this
too-
bottle.
I would say that,
Get-
like,
get
it
in
would
this
probably not
bottle.
want to give up its freedom, so it would fight that. But potentially that would work. But if you want to just ask it some questions, it would be much more willing to appear and answer some questions. It might not answer fully or truthfully, depending how rolls go, but it would then be willing to appear and answer questions.
Okay. Yeah, I think she's kind of like grasping at it and pulling at it and telling Roric to come to her.
Okay. What do you say to Roric? Because specifically, what you say to Roric is going to be interesting and useful. So you're asking him to appear, but how do you ask him to appear? And how do you command him to appear? Sorry, you're not asking. You're commanding him to appear and answer questions. What do you say?
Okay. It's kind of like that, you know, like the weird witchy chanting, I think, that's happening. And you just hear her saying, you know, Roric, I'm reaching out to you. I need your spirit to come here. There are questions unanswered that need answers. And she just keeps repeating it over and over and over.
Everyone watching notices that as Ruby begins to do this, the place gets noticeably colder. And Ruby's words begin to change. She's no longer speaking a language with which you're familiar. She is speaking the language of summoning ghosts, which is only understandable by the person who is commanding the ghost and the ghost which is being compelled. And with that, as her lips begin to move in different patterns to the words that are coming out, the syllables beginning to sound strange and very echoey in such a room that really shouldn't echo, distortion appears in front of you. And as you gesture and command Roric to appear, it ripples, and then there is a sudden burst of energy as flares of misty tendrils across the room, and Roric appears. It's definitely Roric. You can see his facial features, but everyone else looks across him. They notice something that makes their monkey brain in the back of the human mind recoil in terror and fear. This is something from beyond. This is something which is part of a person, but distorted, something that should not exist. People, when they die, are meant to die and stay gone. This is something that tells yourself, your very essence, that the world around you is broken. And something about it breaks your mind just to witness and look at. Ruby is immune, because Ruby commanded this to happen. Zamira, Marin, Edwine, do any of you want to resist the complication from this, which is that you freeze up in terror or run?
No, I run. 100%.
Okay, Zamira.
I'm out of
Just
there.
backs away and then legs it.
Yep. I will wait outside somewhere else.
Marin will resist.
Okay.
If we fail to resist, is there any particularly bad thing that results?
Yeah, you will freeze up or run.
Oh.
You can't fail a resistance. You just you're gonna roll and then you're gonna take stress. So
right,
what fails
okay.
is you take 5 stress.
If you fail to resist, you're choosing not to do the action. There is no such thing as failing a resistance roll. You just spend some stress to do it.
Yeah.
You probably take like level 3 harm. Scared.
Yeah. There could be
Can I
anything
resist
involved
with-
which could be dangerous. It's a spirit.
Can I resist with insight?
No, in this one it would have to be resolve. You are literally resisting a
that
mental
makes
effect
sense.
on you.
Yeah.
Does a Spirit Bane Charm help at all in this instance?
It wouldn't help with resistance. It might give you 1 dice to your resistance roll if you click the Spirit Bane Charm. I think
100%. I have one of those. Like Marin just clutches it, and I think her her knuckles go white, and she breathes very deeply. And I will roll resolve with a bonus die.
Okay.
And I will take 2 stress.
Take 2 stress. Edwine.
Gonna roll. I've only got 1.
Take 3 stress.
3. Okay. It's alright.
Zamira, something pokes at the back of your brain, and before you even know what you're doing, you're already running out of there, panting, very cold feeling in your chest, which just takes over, and you have to try and still your breathing as you find yourself outside. You're not sure if 10 seconds has passed or 2 minutes have passed. Marin, Edwine, both of you feel that. You feel this sensation in the back of your brain, something that tells you that this is not natural, something that tells you you need to GTFO and just not be here. Something that says, this is from beyond and you are way out of your league. But both of you manage to hold on. Marin, you put your hand to your Spirit Bane Charm and it begins to calm you a little bit. Whether it's psychosomatic or whether it's something in that charm that actually helps you, you can feel yourself beginning to still, you maintain control of yourself, and even though you're terrified and the back of your brain is screaming at you to leave, both of you hold firm and remain there. Ruby in front of you, Roric's ghost, apparent, and looking at Ruby with eyes that seem to pierce straight through her.
I think Edwine's kind of stood there, shaking, fist clenched, knuckles white, but then at the same time he's staring at this going, fascinating.
Summoner, you wanted me.
I did. I have some questions for you.
Ask.
Marin,
What
Edwine,
happened?
you do not understand what he's saying.
What happened to you?
I was shot.
As you see,
Why?
begins to distort, the mist pull away, and then you see huge, gaping wounds in his chest and in his neck.
Why who? I can avenge your death. It'll only behoove you to help me. And I'm sure your spirit doesn't want to be in this weird place.
He moves forwards and seems to be then pulled back, almost like something, like a gravity behind him, and he comes back to where he started. Make a roll for this one if you wish. Assume you're trying to sway him in a course of action.
Yeah.
Okay. I think this would be desperate. He's an unstable ghost. And your effect with your Spirit Bane Charm, with the position you have him in, standard. Not sorry, your Spirit Mask.
And I will cause myself stress for an extra dice. Because that's really what
Actually-
we want. The answer that we want is who killed him, right? Like, that's what we're trying to get out of this.
I think that your position, because you commanded him to be here, would be standard. With your mask, great. So it'd be great desperate.
Okay. Let me move that then. So be desperate, great.
Mm-hmm. And partially because you did approach him with a, hey, we'll avenge you, which probably sympathetic to.
Okay.
And if you push yourself for 2 stress, you will gain a bonus dice.
Will do. 6. Woo. Yes.
One I considered a friend.
Was it Liza?
The bitch herself.
At this
What do they
point,
do?
all the meat hooks around you start vibrating and swaying back and forth. Frost beginning to go up them.
I'll take care of her. We all will. She'll get what's coming. I have a question for myself. I'm curious. You smiled at me once. I like that smile. What was in the box?
Okay. You 6'd him every time so far.
We got a 6 on the engagement because
got 6 on the engagement.
Bentham rocked it.
And you've commanded him. I don't think this is a separate role. I think he's just going to answer you.
Was told. It was part of a containment for some demon. And it would grant me power. And
As he's saying this, there is an undercurrent to his voice. And the undercurrent is almost like, as you begin to notice it, you focus in, whispers. These whispers seem to tear at you, to distract you. As you're trying to focus on what he's saying, they begin to pull you away. Maybe like tricks, secrets, knowledge, things. Very faint ideas and memories. It pulls on things that you know, references people from your childhood, and begins to distract you and pull you in and then take yourself down, and you almost begin to see your vision going down to tunnel vision as you seem to find yourself falling deeper. This would be a level 2 harm effect from an unknown source. This isn't typical for ghosts. You may resist if you want.
Yeah, I want to resist.
Okay.
Oh,
This would
shit.
be resisting again with resolve.
Demons attached to this ghost. It's resolve. It's what?
It will be a resolve resist if you wish to resist it.
Resolve. Okay. Okay. And then I could push myself, but
Not really necessary on resist rolls. Generally, you could if you wanted.
4.
You take 2 stress.
2 stress. Oof.
And with
That's not
that,
good.
you reduce it to level 1 harm. I don't know how I'd write this as a level 1 harm. I'd probably say exhausted, as your mental
Exhausted.
fortitude is just drained as you try and resist this. You do pull away, but it does give you a level 1 harm, and you are exhausted by its experiences. You manage to shrug off and pull yourself away, your vision beginning to expand, but it does swim a little bit, and at the edges you can see blotchy red, where capillaries in your eye have burst, and you're beginning to just exert yourself very heavily.
I took it in. And then I died. Liza shot me.
Ruby's like shaking her head, like, but for I think everyone else outside, they just kind of see her convulsing. Probably is what it looks like. But for her, like in the ghost field, she looks like she's just like trying to like wake up because she looks like she's falling asleep, kind of almost, and she's like pushing herself to stay awake and trying to talk to this ghost. She's like, "What happened to the demon? It's here, isn't it?"
It was a part of a demon. It was a part. And all I did was touch it.
Where is it?
He strains forwards again. Every single meat hook in here swings inwards towards you, Ruby.
Uh-oh. Where did the demon touch you?
If you wish to, this will be a roll.
Can other people help me as they see meat hooks coming at me?
The meat hooks aren't threatening you yet, but they're straining.
Okay.
I think that's where Marin sees like there's a potential escalation of violence. So she's going to like, can I help? And the way she would do it is basically like, I have electroplasmic ammunition. Like, she's gonna threaten. She's gonna make it apparent that she is both prepared to do violence to this ghost.
Sure.
So like,
In
pulls
this
out the
case,
pistols.
I'm not sure it will help because the ghost doesn't have the mental faculties, regardless of I'm a ghost, to really care that much. And they are very much speaking a different language. If you can add something to that to maybe try and flavor it to why the ghost would care more.
That I'm gonna shoot the ghost. I mean, I think for her, it's just a methodical, like she pulls out the ectoplasmic ammunition, she like puts it in the gun, she like steadies the shot and just is very calm and collected in that space. So if it needs to be like she puts a hand on Ruby's shoulder and like squeezes to kind of give her a sense of like, you have backup in here.
Sure, in which case, at this point, Roric hasn't really noticed or even cared about Edwin and Marin. At this point, as you step in, you can assist. The consequences would also apply to you if this goes wrong.
No, I know.
Sure.
I'm giving her a bonus die. I think this is important because I don't.
And am I being a
You take one
resolve?
stress, you have a bonus
What's
die.
happening right now, or can I do something before that, or what's?
This would be if you're trying to get him to answer the question. If you want to ask him the question, where is it now?
Okay, and that's a sway.
If you wish to roll sway, that would be a very applicable skill. Again, this is desperate, and you get a bonus die from Marin, and I think this is only standard now. Because he's starting to resist, and it's getting to that point where he doesn't necessarily have to answer this question, because it relates to something slightly he's not as free to answer this one.
And when I rolled those last 2 desperate and succeeded, I got experience for those.
When you
right?
rolled, regardless of your outcome, you got to experience one from each.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
It's up to you. If you don't want to make the roll, you don't want to make the roll, but I will help you if you do.
I mean, I'm down. So that would be desperate, standard.
Mm-hmm. And you've got +1 dice from Marin aiding you.
Okay. Cool. Here we go. 5.
Okay.
Crit 5? Just kidding.
I'll tell you. Liza shot me because I was going to kill her. And that fucking thing. She took it away. She had it last I saw.
Some of the meat hooks, ping, ping. Trains break, fling towards you. That is the consequence.
Okay.
You'll be taking, in this case, because it's desperate. He's not fully uncontrolled yet. I would say it would still be level 2 harm, but it's almost level 3. It's desperate. It's level 3 harm.
And
It's desperate.
can I do anything to mitigate it?
You may protect someone else by making a protection roll. You can totally try and help out by protecting someone else so they don't need to roll a resist.
I'm going to expend my armor using the last 2 of my load.
Okay. Do you wish to resist as well? You may add armor to a resist roll.
I can. So I could drop it down to level 2 and then, yeah,
And then
I'll
drop down
roll
level 1
resist.
if you resist.
Is this prowess resist?
I would be a prowess resist because it's a physical
Great.
object.
Oof,
Great.
okay.
So if you want to protect, I would protect.
Yeah.
Wait, are all of us being targeted, or is it just Marin?
Just
and...
Marin and Ruby. Ruby was someone that rolled, Marin stepped into the scene, Edwin's still off to the side. Edwin can resist for one of you if Edwin and the person agree.
I do have armor. I could expend.
I would expend your armor.
Okay.
Start with that, and then if you want to roll a resistance, do that as well.
So expending my armor would get
Reduces
rid of.
it from 3 to 2. And
If I get rid of 2 armor.
do you have heavy armor?
That would take all your load.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, armor is 2 just to do the 1 resist. That's 2 load.
Okay.
If you wish to
Now-
resist everything,
Now
you
I
can
would
expel
take
heavy.
2 harm.
Yeah.
Which would put me at 3. Because I'm already at 1.
You can take 2 harms. There's 2 different boxes.
Gotcha.
Alternatively, Edwine, if you wish to resist for her, and Ruby's are cool with this, you can jump in the way and like take it for her, and you'd reduce it to 1, and you'd resist instead.
Yeah, seeing as Ruby's already taken damage, I should probably jump in and help.
So, and then I'm down at level 1 harm, so just let me know whatever that is.
Sure, I'll let you know when Edwin rolls as well.
I
So,
won't do that armor thing then.
No, you do
So if
the
I-
armor, it would take it down to 2. He resists, it takes it down to 1 on him instead. Actually, no, you
Right.
can't use armor because it makes sense it's his armor, because otherwise you'd get, yeah.
So it's 3 harm. So is it the 3 harm is going to be coming at me instead of Ruby? Is that the idea?
If you go
And
to
then I
resist,
will-
You jump
yeah,
in
it'll be
front.
3 harm, you'd be reducing it to 2, but it'd be coming at you. If you then used armor as well, it would reduce it to 1.
Right, yeah, then I'll use armor. I mean, I could just use my entire load and use heavy armor. Could I then negate it entirely?
If you resist and use heavy armor, it would be to 0, you'd negate entirely.
Yeah, sure, I'll do that.
Okay, make a resist
Yeah,
roll.
I step in front and I conveniently brought some defensive, like everything that I brought was a bunch of defensive stuff.
Okay, go for it.
Backfall ghosts!
You suffer no stress.
Nice.
So this
I
Wow.
nail it. Yeah,
Nice.
I've
What
got
is
like a
this
ghost
trick?
shield.
Up, and as he sees these begin to strain, he just jumps in the way, and this huge meat hook slams into his chest, and he like moves backwards, but a bit superhero style. He stays on his feet, and as the hook drags down his chest and splits open a little bit of his shirt and jacket, he's just got what apparently is just a metal plate, probably from the boat that he's put under his jacket.
Yeah.
Classic. The frying pan.
And it just goes, and it goes clonk to the ground. This is the big, heavy 5-kilo metal plate that just hits the ground and rings the entire area. Marin, you'll be taking level 1 harm as it smacks into you, bounces off your armor, but it would be bruised because it doesn't manage to penetrate.
All right,
Ow.
I think I'm gonna put him in a bottle.
Okay.
Oh, great. Okay, I'm running low on stress here, honey.
Yeah.
I got loads. Go for
I
it.
am too. That's why I'm like that. I can't really ask any more
when
questions.
When you roll a
You
crit
could
on the
just tell him
resistance,
to
you
leave.
would reduce one stress. Edwin didn't roll a crit. He rolled a 6. A crit, it's 2 6s. He only had 1 dice. Thank you for pointing out, chat, though.
Rorik's ghost would be extremely valuable, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Works Ghost is useful.
Yeah.
We need
It's
it.
a
You
risk.
get it.
It's
It's
totally
amazing.
a risk that even
It's
I would
totally
take
worth
right
it.
now.
Do it.
Not
Let's
even-
do it. Fuck
Yeah, I'm
it.
gonna do it.
This is
and
where
I-
we
Just the
die next week.
crows.
Josh gets a whole. We just play the Eruvians. He stays with them.
So
I
I
filled
can
up
provide any assistance you need. I got
resolve.
loads of room for
if you
stress.
filled up your resolve, immediately you get to place 1 dot anywhere you want in the track, remove your XP, and set back to 0.
Got probably a tune because that's what you're using. I assume
Yeah.
to capture a ghost.
You could use a tune. I mean, skirmish would also make sense because it is literally a physical thing you're trying to grab the ghost with, but I'd be cool with it being a tune as well. Sorry, Eric, do you want to say something?
No, you're
Sorry,
good.
a second ago you went to say something. Cool.
I was thinking
Uh,
about the different factions that might want him.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
So valuable if we can get him in this bottle.
We'll see how shitty I roll. We've been rolling too well. I'm worried that whatever this next roll
Oh,
is.
that's the
isn't
thing about a situation like this. You're farming desperate XP. You've got a huge payday possible. But
Wait,
if you
if
fuck
I
up,
help, do I get XP for the desperate roll? No, I didn't make the roll.
no, you have to be
No,
making the
whoever
roll.
makes the roll. Yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna use the fine lightning hook and the spirit bottle.
Okay, the spirit bottle will just allow you to put a ghost in there. The spirit hook will allow you to actually
Yes.
make the roll and pull him in.
Okay.
So, if you wish to, the first time around, a tune will be applicable. If you fail and then have to try and use a different method, you won't be able to use a tune quite so much because it will definitely be more of a now it's kind of a skirmishy type situation maybe. A tune would have, you can still roll it
Yeah.
and have lesser effect.
Yeah, you
If
gotta
it goes to
skirmish into the
skirmishing,
bottles,
guys, it's
yeah.
not happening. He's just gonna go away. Okay. This is a one-shot roll. I'm
that
gonna
makes
push
sense.
myself, and if I push myself any more than this, I'm getting trauma. Just letting you all know.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
kind of.
alright.
I'm gonna.
You can't. That means you can't resist whatever.
Yeah.
No,
can't
I mean I'm
resist
already at a point I
the-
can't really reasonably resist because I could only take 3 stress. So I
Yep.
feel like I'm better off helping you. Again, but like.
Yeah, this
If
is.
it's a stressful thing, then I can do it because I've got loads of room for stress.
Yep.
I probably have Bentham help with it.
If you want to, because I
I've
can.
only taken 3 stress, so if it's just, like anything that is stress related, I can do.
Okay. So where are my positions and?
This is going to be desperate, and because you have the lightning hook, you've set him up. I would say limited, maybe standard. I think standard, just because you've had the drop so far on him. If this were another situation, I might be limited, but because you've had the drop, because you've got him set up and compelled him to be here, it's still just standard for now. So you just about have a desperate standard going on.
All right, and I'm getting a
I
bonus
could
die
give you a
myself.
devil's bargain if you want.
You fall in love with Roric.
I mean, he did wink at me before, and that's
Yep.
why she complimented his smile because he
Like
smiled.
genuinely,
At
if you could stabilize this ghost in somewhere other, he would go back to being vaguely normal, bit traumatized. But right now, he's very messed up for a few reasons.
Okay, give me the devil's bargain. We'll see if I'd take it or not.
Devil's bargain.
Would this be so that I don't take stress?
No, devil's bargains can't help you with that, I'm afraid. But
No, it would be instead of pushing yourself.
yeah.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Instead of pushing myself to take stress.
Oh yeah, it would give you a dice. So you wouldn't have to push yourself if you wish to.
Okay.
But the devil's bargain would probably be something along the lines of putting him in this bottle. He will wreck everything around you. This entire butcher shop is going to be fucked up, and it will cause some heat because there is a lot of shit going down, and it's noisy as fuck.
Yeah.
Fine. Makes
Okay.
sense. That sounds right.
I think that makes sense. Ooh.
I mean, it's a die though, so there's an extra D6.
Yeah, I'll do it. Let's do it. This will make it. It's a memorable moment.
Okay.
We're gonna get messed
You
up.
can also push, I think, in addition
If
to
you wish
that.
to, yeah.
I think it's either or.
I think
Oh,
you can
yeah,
push
no,
and
it's
take
or.
Devil's Bargain,
It is.
right? Is it? Oh,
No, it's or.
Okay.
It says push yourself or accept a devil's bargain.
Okay. Yeah. In which case, yeah, you wouldn't be able to.
But you can also accept help. So if Edwin's helping you, then we get.
Are you still
Yes.
helping me, right, Edwin?
And that's
Yeah,
two
if I
dice.
can.
Ooh, does Edwin like set up like an extra little thing next to the bottle to help like funnel, like a suction funnel?
I probably.
shields up, raises his cross.
I mean, in terms of assistance, I probably have some kind of electrical thing.
I mean,
You know,
Edwine, you've got no load left, right?
Yeah, I've got nothing left.
Yeah, what you could do is you could just run up and help Ruby as she tries to grapple, help grab onto the staff and try and bring him in. Or maybe you like help with angling the spirit bottle, right? You can totally just, it's a two-part situation.
I like that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, Ruby, you've got, what, +2 dice from this? Edwine, you're taking 1 stress. Ruby, you've taken your Devil's Bargain. Okay.
This is
I
it.
think this is it.
This
the
is how we
moment.
die.
If
Yes.
you don't get a 6, you're still gonna
This
get
is how,
real
this is
messed
how
up.
we die.
Yep.
6.
There's your 6.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. With that, you manage to just about hook the staff round Roric before Roric can really resist, and as it digs in firmly into his chest, and it begins to pull, and you can see his essence trying to move away from it, but the electricity seems to negate that somehow. And as you begin to pull him in, he's screaming and flailing around. One hand goes out, some of the lightning, the meat hooks on one side begin just shooting out, smashing through the wood. Some of the planks just shatter. The roof above you begins to shake, dust falls down around you. You pull him in a bit further, and Edwine goes and grabs hold of the staff and begins to pull him in, and you get him to that bottle. You begin to open it up, and it begins to suck him in a bit Ghostbuster style as the very containment begins to just pull him in. As he just shouts out, screams around you, the entire building begins to shatter, and then individual beams just go bang, 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 and you can hear them cracking with audible like cracks of lightning as each wooden beam just snaps in place. The roof above you, bang, something leaves, and you can just notice corrugated iron just got blown off and it's just landed somewhere nearby. You can hear shouts and people just a bit traumatized outside as you pull him in, and finally, as just before you manage to get the stopper on, there's a huge sensation of power, and it just ripples out in a blast, and the entire building just goes bam! Every single roof beam, every single bit of corrugated iron on the roof is blown apart. Most of the walls, made of these horrible timbers and bits of like clayed masonry, blast outwards, and part of the building at the back just goes and you are left kind of standing almost in the open, as there are many people outside on the street, are backed away. There's a few people like looking over like what the fuck just happened. Several of them have just run for cover.
I think Ruby, once she puts the stopper on top of the bottle, she collapses on top of it because she was sitting down that entire time while everyone else was standing. And she's just kind of like, you just see she looks like utterly exhausted, and she's kind of pale, and her hair looks like even more of a mess than she already was before that.
Like, it
I
was
think
cold
Bryn-
in there, but Ruby has been like sweating, she's haggard, tired, and it's a very strange calm.
Maroon doesn't even skip a beat. She like grabs Ruby under the arm, like gets her to her feet, and is like, "We run now."
And Ruby's just holding onto this bottle.
Edwin's just like, "You did it," and then flop. Oh, and then looks people looking. Oh no!
You also look over and you see Zamira, and you're like, oh.
Yeah, if
And
Marin's got Ruby, I'm
gotta
gonna
run.
go check on Samira.
Okay.
Just eyes wide open.
I just run. I'm like, Samira, are you all right? We've got to move. Come on.
I'm not moving anywhere. I'm like frozen.
He's like, oh no. Is there other people
Yeah.
like just standing around being like, look at those people. Is that a ghost in a bottle?
They probably haven't seen that much detail, but definitely shit went down and it was weird. Someone called the spirit wardens.
And
You
a
see
whole
several people
entire
ran
building
away.
just
Entire building just
collapsed.
went like it was like a gale happened for about 5 seconds and it just tore the building apart.
Yeah, that would be spirit wardens.
Like, Samira, it's over. It's over. We have to go.
I'm like, yeah, just frozen. You need to like push me to like do it.
Yep.
Yeah,
Like,
she's in
grab-
shock from the.
push along.
Okay. At this point, you will need to GTFO. That's a clock.
Great, cool.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Now, funnily enough, because you succeed everything, your clock to get away is pretty quick. If you'd have given any warning at any other time, the clock would be longer because the Spirit Wardens would be already en route. But they're not. So your clock is probably just 4 segments. You just need to GTFO.
Throw all the fish to get away. Just
Yeah,
have
Josh
I
lands
was
on
like, I'm
everyone's
gonna
heads.
enlist the services of Naden to run as lookout. I feel like Marin is probably leading the way on this because she seems very like this. We leave now.
Ruby's completely out of it.
And I almost, yeah, Ruby is not helpful. Zamira is also not helpful, and Edwine is of questionable helpfulness. So I think she almost does this as a hunt. She wants to essentially go in the opposite direction. Like Naden swoops up and circles above and tells her where the Spirit Wardens are coming from. So she gets a flash of the streets that they're going on, and she basically is like this way, and just starts pointing and leads them.
In this case, like hunt would work because they are going to be hunting you, and hunt would also allow you to know how to avoid, especially because you have the bird. If you didn't have the bird, it would be questionable, but in this case, yeah, you can totally work that.
Because I mean, like otherwise it's a prowl maybe, but it mechanically it's the same like number of
in
dice.
this one,
but I
a hunt would
feel
make
like
the
that's
sense.
her approach.
Yeah.
Is she's reverse hunting.
And go for it. And I will say that because you have the bird, and in this case, that's going to be very helpful. I will
so
allow
she
you
give
to
me
increase
potency. Cool. So yeah, that's my cohort is giving me increased potency, which should great effect, standard position or risky position.
I would say because
Or
it's the
desperate.
Spirit Wardens, desperate,
Great.
but you would be able to probably have a great effect for the first roll because they're only just getting on the scene.
Cool. So I could I'm pretty sure I'm gonna push myself.
Okay.
Because screw it, why not? However, here's my question for the group. Do I trade? Do we want to risk it and try and get it all at once? Because with a great effect, we could fill all 4 ticks. If
you get a
succeed and
6, you'd get 4. If you get crit, you'd get 6. So you'd well pass
If-
it.
Alternatively, I could trade position for effect.
Yeah.
And be a little bit more cautious about it. Not do it all in one, but have less bad consequences. Anyone have a strong opinion? Anyone want to help me? Like Edwine? Edwine, you could take some more stress. You want to help me out?
Oh yeah, I
Desperate
can.
experience.
Yeah, I can assist.
Well,
Yeah, I'll mark a stress, and you get extra die either way.
I think
Okay.
Ruby's just not helpful in this situation because she's exhausted, and you're like carrying her.
That's,
You're like
that's
you're like
totally-
helping her up as she's moving. So I think
All right, so
Ruby-
with 2 extra die, I'm rolling hunt, so I'm rolling 4 dice. Do we risk it for the whole thing?
I say
That's up
risk
to
it. 4 dice is good.
All right,
Those are good
I'm gonna
odds.
keep that great effect, desperate position. Great. Let's roll.
oh
It's fine.
my gosh. Lauren
got
looks so
this.
afraid to roll.
6.
Yes!
Yay!
And Marin, this is risky as fuck. You have
We're
at
so
least
lucky.
Not recently, you have not done anything like this. You notice Spirit Wardens beginning to converge in your position, wearing armor that is very good quality, like beyond what you've even experienced. You notice them carrying weapons which seem almost arcane or esoteric or scientific in function that you just do not understand, and they begin to close in. But by the time they get there, you already knew which streets they were coming down and where they were going, and you're gone.
We see, if we translated this, like we see Marin's vision go up into the like eagle vision, and then it just like marks them all, and we get like they get the little skull icon above their head. And just, like
And
it tracks
I
where
think
they're going to
exactly
be
what happens
walking.
is our camera sees, like, you're like, oh no, we're surrounded. And then the camera pulls back and sees all the Spirit Wardens converge on this blasted down, rundown butcher shop. And they're like, where did they go? And then the camera just goes down underneath the ground, and it sees Marin pulling down like a manhole cover as you go down into the canals below.
To the boat, to the barge.
And you are away, free and clear with Roric in
shit,
a
we can-
bottle.
Ghost. I can't
Please
believe we
mark
got that.
Ruby. Don't mark it on your load, but mark it on your character sheet somewhere that you have Roric in a bottle.
Okay. I'll just put it in my like notes section.
And
We head to the Argle March.
at the beginning of the next episode, you can sell that or do whatever you want with it, and it's a big score. It's a
How
big
much
score.
heat did we end up with? Because boy,
Oh,
that
yeah.
was.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll put a peg in the coin part of this operation, just
Yeah.
because that's going to depend on what you do with it, who you sell it to. If you're going for more rep than money, I'm totally cool with you doing a few different things. But in terms of the downtime,
We can also
flow,
just do all of it next week, but
yeah, I mean, it makes sense to give you the information about everything else now. So with heat, loud and chaotic or wild, devastating exposure. I think part of the consequence for this
Wild and
is
devastating.
it's wild and devastating.
Yeah.
And that was the
That's like-
consequence of the what happened. The Spirit Waters got involved. It's 6 heat all round, +1 for high profile target or well connected. High profile, it's Roric.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh. One
Enough
more and we're
people have been
wanted.
looking for Roric that I think in this case, like people
here's
will
my
come-
question: Is heat like stress?
How do you
When
mean?
we
I think
mark our
it's-
last one.
I think
do
the
we mark
last
our
one
wanted
we
level?
get wanted, right?
So we just marked 7.
Yeah. One more and we're in wanted. Because like
No,
the way that
We're
it
at
is,
2.
The only way to reduce your wanted level is to go to jail.
Yeah, let me check. Let me check heat. I will double check the wording for you
Because
exactly.
we were at 2. So if it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If we mark that 7th one, do we have a wanted level now?
but I don't think we're at that because we had
We are,
to.
because we were at 2 and then we marked 7.
Yeah. 147.
That puts us at
No,
9.
I think that's
Yeah, you were at 2 and you just gained.
it's 2.
Did we
7.
reduce one after the message score?
Yes, we were at
Yeah.
0,
Yeah.
and then we gained 2 heat from.
The consequence, which was
The-
after you'd reduced.
the
Yeah,
consequence
that's
of
right. Yeah.
indulging
From
the vice.
vices. Yeah, from our vices.
So I think
And
we're
plus
here. I don't
7.
think we're at that last. I don't think we filled that last
No.
one yet.
Yeah, we do. We fill it
Yeah,
in.
that's 7. We
That's
just had
7.
loud to devastating exposure, and then +1 for high
When your heat
profile. is
reaches
7,
9, you
so-
gain a wanted level. As it hits
Oh,
9, you
we
gain
have
a wanted
plus
level.
1, so
Your
it's
wanted
actually
level
7,
does
that's
go
good.
up.
Right. Yeah, I think the question was, I don't think Maggie heard that with the high profile target adds an extra heat.
I didn't hear that last part.
Oh yeah,
that,
no,
that
no.
we,
The high
was the
profile
point.
I thought we
target
only
hits
had
Roric.
That's what was
so I'm
going on.
like,
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
it might be that you got there first, but other people are going to come here and ask about Roric and realize, hey, who was here first? Like, this is going to get complicated. So it is going to be 7 heat, which means your wanted
Yeah,
level
that makes
goes up.
sense.
Your heat's reduced to 0 again, though, but you are now wanted, which is, hey, you made it. That's normally a sign of you making it. However, after that, entanglements and also rep and everything, you earn 2 rep. If the target's high tier, yes. Powerful
2 rep?
ghost, possibly you would gain 3 rep. You'd gain an additional 1. So you gain 3
Cool.
rep from that one. And for the entanglement, you will be rolling at 1 wanted level.
Yep.
Interesting. You've got heat 0, so you're actually
We
rolling the same
definitely
as
have
before.
spent some downtime on heat.
You can't. You're heat 0 now.
Is
Oh,
that
we
how it
can't.
works? Does
No,
it
your heat
clear our
0.
heat?
Yeah,
And
as
we
soon as you
gain a
hit the new
wanted
wanted level,
level?
your wanted level goes up 1, your heat goes down, right?
Oh.
am
No,
I getting
I don't
that wrong?
think so.
Okay.
I don't
think
think
that's
so.
true.
That's how stress works, but I don't think that's how heat
Yeah.
works.
Okay. I might be getting that
Incarceration
wrong.
clears your heat, though.
Yeah.
Okay. In which case, you are heat
Nope, you
6
have to spend-
plus.
This is gonna be.
In which case,
was
who
gonna
would
come
like
back
to roll
and
the
be like-
entanglement?
What did you all do?
Like, it was going well, and then we stole a ghost.
Mm-hmm.
I also love the idea that this is like Ruby's first
you do
time.
clear your
When-
heat.
yeah,
Any
you
excess
clear your
heat rolls
heat.
over.
Yep.
Okay,
So you
so
clear
but
your
we
heat,
didn't
you're on
have
0
excess
heat.
because we got the exact
Yeah.
number.
Oh, yeah. Any excess heat rolls over. So if your heat was
Yeah.
7, you took 4, you reset
Yeah.
with 2.
So it's just
It
like
just so
trauma.
happened that nut. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, you'll be rolling on 0 heat. So hey, good news, 0 heat. Who would like to roll the entanglement?
Bentham, you rolled it initially. You wanna
Yeah,
roll
you
it
rolled the
again?
engagement.
You
It's
roll
you.
it
You
again?
should take the consequence. Roll the entanglement.
Okay.
1 dice.
I can't wait for Josh to go to jail for this.
Yeah.
What
I
did you
leave for
do?
I leave for 5 minutes.
I've forgotten where the
That
entanglement
actually would be
button
the
is.
funniest thing. Because Papa's kind of our leader too, so
Your entanglement, you roll a number of dice equal to your wanted level and use the result of the. So you
Yeah,
just
so
click
just click
wanted
the word
level.
wanted level.
Yeah.
It'll roll it for you.
yeah, you click the wanted,
Oh, there we go. Okay,
the word wanted.
and it'll just roll it correctly.
5. Ooh. Rivals are unquiet dead.
Mm.
I feel like Unquiet Dead makes sense in this situation.
Oh no! Oh
Like,
no!
we fucked with
Okay.
the ghost field.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Okay.
For a
Unquiet
lot of
dead.
sixes, we ended up with a lot of badness.
So, a rogue spirit is drawn to you. Perhaps as a past victim, acquire the services of a whisper or railjack to attempt to destroy or banish it, or deal with it yourself.
I mean, okay.
The other alternative is, of course, rivals.
Reprisal. No,
Um,
reprisal.
No, it's
right?
rivals are unquiet dead. Heat 0.
Oh, because we have heat. Yeah, it's not
Yeah.
reprisals, it's rivals.
Yeah,
Ah,
Well, we have 0 heat.
yeah.
If you want to do a rivals one, you
You're
could do
wanted
mine.
though.
Rivals, a neutral faction. I feel like the crows probably would want Roric back.
That's like a faction-wide rivals thing.
It
They
is
might-
a neutral
They might be
faction.
like, "Yo, our boys in the Spirit Wardens are asking for people around here. You know this thing, and we know you've been looking for the ghost or whatever.
It should be a neutral faction, though.
Are they not neutral with
Hey.
us?
Like, it could be the Spirit
No.
Wardens, in which case you can lose a lot of coin, or you just lose one status with Spirit Wardens. I will say in this instance that the usual system.
It makes sense because someone that I might know who's a spirit trafficker
Oh.
might not really like me. Just putting that out there.
Actually, that's a good point. I was going to say, honestly,
Yeah.
I would go.
I was like, this
Unquiet
actually makes a
Dead,
lot
but
of sense.
Since you literally have connections in this area, and you have someone who doesn't like you connected, and you also have a ghost friend, and you just grabbed a ghost, this is going to be worth it for you
There's-
guys. But it's heavy. If you're okay with this,
Well, there's another faction that everyone always forgets that is pretty big with the spirits, and that's the Gondoliers.
true. I think in this case, because I don't tie in too many factions too quick, and we've just done the Spirit Wardens, so I'm probably gonna hit Spirit Wardens. Do you want to pay them off, which is expensive, or do you want to accept a -1 with them?
Oh my gosh. How much is it to pay them off?
It's their tier,
4.
and Spirit Wardens are 4.
I'm pretty sure that's tier 4. There might be tier 3.
God.
I will double check real quick. Spirit Wardens are 4, yeah.
I mean, I have 2
Make a
coins.
profit on this after all said and done.
I
have
will.
2
I'm straight
coin.
up. You'll be making profit on this.
I have 2 coin and we have 3 coin in the bank of our ship.
Just lose the status with them. Who cares?
What do you think, Lauren and Bentham?
I don't want to be rivals with a tier 4.
Yeah. So we
We
pay them
already
off.
have the inspectors hating us. I feel
Should we-
like not.
Should we just
fucking
pay?
with Wardens.
Should we just
I
pay a
can
coin
pay
each?
Coin, or okay, if you want to do that, a coin each. We could do that.
Like if it's 4,
It is 4.
might as well do a coin each.
Okay.
It's tough. It's very, very tough. And the money probably doesn't even go to bribing the Spirit Wardens, because as you ask around trying to find if anyone knows a Spirit Warden you can bribe, no one knows a Spirit Warden. But you do manage to use the coin to lay enough false trails and to get enough disinterest in you. You make it too difficult that it does overcome the consequences of them becoming rivals with you.
my
But in this
God.
case, it's very different that you probably can't bribe them. If anything, you bribe someone in middle management, someone around them, and just direct them differently. Okay. Your entanglement is dealt with. Do you wish to pay your ward boss? Everyone heard about this.
Yeah.
I guess yeah,
That's
coin from the
interesting.
stash.
What's going on?
Do you want to pay the crows?
Oh, how much?
It'll be 1 coin. Any job is 1 coin to them.
But do we want to do that?
We don't want them on our
Just
back,
tick up that clock.
especially considering this mission was to steal the ghost of the guy that the leader killed.
But it would just put
Yeah.
us to 0 with them.
No,
And we're-
that's not what that clock is.
Because it's minus
worse than
one.
that.
Sorry, the cats are.
Whoa.
That was dramatic.
Yeah,
That was
Jesus.
very dramatic.
That's the sound of angry ghosts right there.
No, the two cats, they're kittens. So they like the way that they tackle each other is like they're so intense.
It sounded intense.
They just ran into my green screen. Riggs, don't go over there. You do not want to battle
Oh,
with
I thought
them.
they're actually tearing a portal in the wall behind you. Okay. What would you like to do?
Just pay him off. Just
Okay.
Whatever.
Pay them off. Yeah, we have 3 coin in the.
Cool.
So everyone spent 1 personal coin, and we spent 1 coin from the main stash.
Okay.
Okay.
I will get rid of
The
1
not
coin.
paying the crows does not tick up. And y'all go into downtime, which we will do next episode along with the payoff, because that should happen just before downtime. Unless you wanted to hold out and do some sort of auction with your downtime or something. But well done.
That's a great spot.
Well done, you think?
stuff.
We had like.
Before we fully go, I want to say, Eric, do you want to have Zamira have a conversation with anyone before you depart?
Mm.
I was thinking about it, but no, I think this is good. And leaving it awkward with Edwine is actually better.
Oh no.
You sure you don't want to make it more awkward, like leave a love note or something?
No, I already kissed him. I smooched him on the mouth, so that's about it.
Okay. Okay, with that done, we will find out what Papa thinks next week.
Yeah.
He's gonna come back, he's got a
So, the
tan, he's wearing a Hawaiian shirt, he's like, what did you guys do? Oh god! How did you break
Wanted.
Devil's Furnace? So, Eric, thank you much for joining us. Who are you? What are you doing? Where do we
Thank
find you?
Thank you, E. Hi, everybody. I'm Eric Fulgaris everywhere. I'm Roll20's business analyst and my own part-time streamer, role-playing games and all that kind of stuff. You can find me at Twitch at Eric Fulgaris, Twitter Eric Fulgaris. I like games a lot. This is super fun. Plays one of my favorite games. Tomorrow, I'm on Maggie's channel for Wrath and Glory, and my own channel for Pendragon Session 1. So I'm doing double back-to-back games tomorrow. and
You're
I'm super
crazy,
excited for
man.
that. Yeah.
Okay. What about Ruby being a badass today and single-handedly doing her first ever, hey, a ghost, just grab. Sweet. Worked.
Yeah, also single-handedly making us wanted.
I mean, there was a little bit of group
Yeah.
effort involved.
I don't know.
I'm the one who's like, Ghost, get him.
That's true. That's true. There was a little peer pressure. That's true. But I think she has some, personal.
This better be a pricey ghost.
Yeah.
Your minimum 6 coin ghost here.
Good, because
Yeah.
that's a profit of 1 coin.
And potentially changing the flow of the war in Crowsfoot.
It's true.
Yes.
You can find me at Margaret Crone. It says it right here somewhere. And I post whenever I'm live. We're doing a ton of things. There's potential I might be doing something at BlizzCon if you're going to BlizzCon coming up this weekend too. And like Eric said, we'll be doing Wrath and Glory tomorrow if you're interested in checking that out. I do a lot of other stuff, so you definitely want to come check out stuff that I'm up to. I also make video games for a living, so I post about that stuff too. That's all I got. That's it.
Okay. What about Marion with all your digging into your backstory today?
That was cool.
Yeah. Marin is stressed, and Lauren is sometimes also stressed. Hi, Random Tuesday. You can find me all places at Random Tuesday. I make cosplays. I stream live on Twitch. I do RPGs all across the internets. Also, I wrote a Steven Universe RPG, so you can find a link to that on my Twitter. That's the thing I did, which turns out people were interested in. Who knew? And I will be playing more Borderlands 2 with EE and Fuzzy on Thursday, I assume. It's great. We shoot things.
Yeah, we should
And
go
that's
back to that arena and do the 5th try.
No! It's the worst! You get 1! You get 1 a week!
Damn it. Takes you
What
like
the fuck
5
is it?
sessions to warm up though. Love you too. Edwine, what about you and your kiss and your magic rock and you're finding out where the ghost lives.
When I'm not being the worst, that's never actually. But also I'm the worst over on a YouTube channel called Magaport Gaming, because I'm the worst and don't know how to name things. And I play lots of games there, like Volcanoids and Satisfactory and other stuff like that. We did doing some streams again. Finally got back to that. Did some 7 Days to Die yesterday, and probably some more next week. So we get to the Horde night, and I get murdered horrifically again. I get murdered in the middle of the day in 7 Days to Die on like day 2. So you know it's gonna go wrong. But yeah, all that kind of stuff. Lots of games. I'm either there or I'm here. It's the only 2 places I go. That's me. E, what are you up to?
Hi, I'm Elysium. You can catch me at youtube.com/Elysium, currently playing Production Line, making myself some lovely cars and selling them. A few other things on the channel, also on Twitch, like Rogue Trader on Tuesday and Wednesday, and also Borderlands, of course, with Lauren and Fuzzy on Thursday. Also randomly playing the Outer Worlds throughout the day, most days, because I want to, and that's just random streams, so you have to follow and just get a notification or something, because that's the only way you're ever going to get notified, because I play it randomly. And that's that. Do we have any quick announcements you want to announce before we leave?
We got some Legend tier slots. Grab them while they're hot. You get them before the end of the month to get all your rewards as soon as possible.
Yes, and then also we have Roll for It Con coming up, and you definitely want to RSVP to that if you want to come hang out with us for our meet and greet portion of it. And then we'll also have the online portion of it on Saturday and Sunday with extended shows. So definitely come tune into that. It's gonna be a lot of fun to have like people IRL instead of the way that we're doing it here, which is normally we're not able to see each other like that. We are all in various places in the world, so it's kind of like our one time a year where we all get to go together.
Details of that are on the
Super rad.
Patreon.
And I
Yeah.
will be very sad that I won't be there.
God damn it, Lauren.
Yeah.
It's all right.
It's okay.
I'm gonna spend my weekend eating stupid amounts of food because it's Thanksgiving.
Yeah, the gist of that on the Patreon, the live stuff. There's also an RSVP. We would ask if you are planning on coming or possibly coming to do the RSVP, because we need to know how much food to order. Otherwise, there won't be food. Or if you get too many people, the bar might be like, "Hey, you didn't have this many people, and we can't fit it, so anyone else will have to stay outside." And
It
we'll
is
be
a
like,
busy.
"Okay."
It is a busy Friday for them, so
It is.
we're just trying to get them an accurate. I think the RSVP ends a week before, so we'll do reminders on social media and stuff like that. So definitely follow us on all of
Try
those
and
channels.
not leave it a week before if you can, just because it makes it easier on us and the bar. So like, if you're thinking of going, do the thing now. Like if you're like 80% sure, then it's good to RSVP.
Sure.
Just because like there will be some people who arrive who haven't said, so it balances out. So yeah, please do that. The Saturday will be Star Games. It's going to be extra long and amazing. Looking forward to that. And then Sunday will be a fun time thing. Also, a reminder that VTM next week is going to be 1 hour later for everyone in the US and Canada who hasn't shifted time zone, and then times will fix because then the US catches up with everyone else doing the daylight savings, and then everything's fine. So the next Blazing the Duck will be at the normal time of 10 a.m. PDT, or your local equivalent, and the normal time in the rest of the world. So that
And
said,
I'll try to do some reminders on social for that too, like I did for this one.
so look out for socials. That said, we have no tips today, so we're going to go off record an after show. Thank you very much for watching, and until next time,
This is
do
gonna be a
not
good after
put
show.
Roric in a bottle. It's going to be an interesting after show. Thanks, everyone.
Bye.